Good evening, happy Friday, and welcome to Last Call, where the liquor flows and the fandom grows. This weekend, many of us in the U.S. have a long weekend thanks to Labor Day, but our special guest behind the bar isn't in, nor even from the U.S. In fact, Wakizashi's Teahouse isn't even in Friday anymore. It's Saturday morning in the land of the rising sun. So, hey, future guy, if you can share the U.S. Powerball numbers with me, I'd be happy to share the winnings with you. Anyway, get comfortable, strap in, and top off your glasses. I don't care if it's sake or soda. Here we go. Hey, welcome. Good evening. Pull up a bar stool, get comfortable. Hope everyone's doing well. And tell me, what are you sipping on? Go ahead and type that into the chat. That's the price of entrance. That's the cover charge. Want to know what you're sipping on? I'll bring our guests in one at a time, starting with my designated driver, Aged Boomer. How you doing, my friend, and what you sipping on?
I'm good. I got myself a Coca-Cola.
The hard stuff for you tonight, my friend.
You know.
You need to stay awake? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Am I boring you?
No. You want me to put some Jack Daniels in that, don't you?
I'm not saying I want you to. I don't want to influence you, but it is a Friday night. No. You have to work tomorrow, don't you?
I have to work tomorrow. Again.
Yep. And in no particular order, yeah, I'm seeing him coming in, and D. Pensek is doing like I am. He's doing a rum and coke, and yeah, I mean that's kind of for me. I mean, you know me.
Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
The Kraken.
Why is the rum always gone?
We reached the Kraken. Yep, that's me tonight. I just felt like it tonight. But yep, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what our guest is sipping on tonight. So let's bring him in. Gray of Wakizashi's Teahouse, Konbawa. Or Ohio, as if you prefer. I mean, depending on how you look at it. You know what? Let's just call it simple. Konnichiwa.
How you doing, Troy? Great to be here.
I'm doing real well. I'm trying to read it. It's a malt liquor of some kind.
Premium malts or premium malts.
Nice.
It's like a nice Pilsner in Japan. Really good. A little bit expensive, but it's got a European kind of Pilsner.
I was just going to ask, is it an import or is it local?
No, it's Japanese brand. Have you heard of what are they called? Suntory beer or Suntory brand. They make quite a lot of beers and alcohol. Not as famous as Asahi. That's the big one.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
They were mentioned in that movie with Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson. Lost in Translation. Remember, they was doing a commercial for Suntory. I remember that now. Yeah.
Yep. No. Isn't it a bit early in the morning for you? Isn't it like about 11:30? It's not even noon there, is it?
It's not even noon. I know it's a rare occasion. Mrs. Wakizashi isn't very happy, but hey, I said it's a one-off.
Well, yeah, Mrs. Troy over here is never happy with me on Fridays, and she's usually pouring my drinks for me. So, but anyway, good. How you doing this morning?
I'm good, thank you. I'm Genki. I did a quick stream before I came on here with you about Lord of the Rings, and I had a big boomer moment, Troy. StreamYard had reset all my audio settings. What can you do? So anyway, but it was good.
Okay, so you worked out all the kinks before you came on here. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's great. Let me say hi to the chat real quick. Bring up the comments. So of course, first in the chat and first in my life, first in my heart. Netter of Netters Network. How you doing, sweetie? Love you.
Sweetie.
Yeah. See, she can respond to me because she's right here.
And I'm drinking Michigan, no rocks.
Oh, well, no, actually you're not because it's bottled. Who knows where that was bottled? That could come from anywhere.
For those of you who don't know the in-joke, Lake Michigan, water.
Michigan on the rocks
Yeah.
is water, Lake Michigan. Yeah. So Crazy Kitty, oh my gosh, haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. Long time no see. And that brings us to one of our favorite Blue Wrenches, deleted scenes. Hail everyone. Only just got home from work. Wakizashi in Japan. He got here before he got up and hit the ground running today. So Big Al Presents. He'll be on with me and Netter tomorrow night over on Netter's Network. We'll be rewatching Buckaroo Banzai. Banzai, Daniel-san. There you go, right? David Pensack, like I said, he's drinking a rum and coke himself. Hey there, Troy. Put that bottle down and look busy. It's showtime. Yeah. There you go. So Boomer's drinking coke. David said he was drinking rum and coke. I don't know if he meant literally coke or if he meant generally, but for me, it's Tab. They don't make Tab anymore, so I literally bought cases of it because it pairs so well with Kraken rum, and when that's gone, I'll be sad. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Sir Torrin Clegane, good evening. Good to see you, my friend. Gray, you're working the chat too. Thanks so much. Matt Anui, always good to see you. Great contributor to the chat. Super appreciate you whenever you're here. And have I got everyone? I think I'm caught up. Everybody's chatting away. That is good. That is what this stream is about. So, Gray, just to start out, let's ask you for the 1,000-foot overview. Tell us about your channel. Tell us about Wakizashi Teahouse. Wakizashi, of course, being the on the side sword or blade that you would carry in your sash, as opposed to the tachi or later the katana. So I'm sure there's got to be some symbolism that goes into that. Tell us.
It's just a crazy name, Troy. I just like the sound of it. Wakizashi.
Oh, I put more thought into it than you did. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, yeah. It's as you say, it's the shorter sword paired with the katana, and you weren't allowed to take your swords into the tea house, into the chashitsu, which is in Japan. So that's what it was. Just a silly joke, and I'm not saying my sword is short. Maybe. Just saying, but yeah, I just
no. You're saying you keep it on your belt,
Yes.
So it's always there. Yeah, no,
it's always there.
Right. That's interesting. That kind of plays into the Western idea. I mean, American Western, as far as like you'd have to leave your gun outside the saloon in some locales and so forth, and.
Oh really?
Yeah,
did you have that in the States back in the old days?
Well, we did in the Old West.
Some places, yeah.
Nowadays, interesting you asked that, because those kinds of cases are getting real big in the courts again, because we have different municipalities and even states saying, well, we've decided that in this state you can't walk around with a gun, and a lot of people are taking that to court and saying, nope, on a federal level, the overarching law is the Second Amendment. We have a right to keep and bear arms. I don't usually get into this kind of stuff, but I think a lot of people are, especially outside the United States, are interested in this because it's very different. A different mentality, the gun culture of the United States. But we have a constitution, and it's overriding. And when it says you have a right to keep and bear arms, it doesn't say only certain weapons, only, if it was a weapon that was available in 1776, only in your home, only in, a locked cabinet or something like that. No, it says you have a right to keep and bear arms. And if you don't like that, you need to amend the Constitution. So every time a state says, well, but you can't carry it here, or you can't carry it there, or this is a sensitive place. Well, we just had a major case, New York Rifle Association versus Bruin, that it was a landmark case. It said, nope, it strict scrutiny. Unless you can demonstrate that historically in 1776, at the time of the establishment of this law, that was an accepted practice, then you don't get to do that. And so local laws are getting struck down. But going back to your original question, the idea of walking into a saloon or a pub or a bar, I know they're all different things, but we tend to use them interchangeably. Here in the States, I guess you'd call it a bar. Technically, a bar, because it's their own business, they can say, we don't want you to bring that gun in here. Therefore, please leave it outside. Please don't come in here with it. And you have the right to say, well, then I won't frequent your business. That's, again, a liberty thing, that's goes on here in the United States. Although we have an interesting legal situation coming up now where we have in New York is trying to do the opposite. They're trying to say to your pub or your business, you are not allowed to have a gun in your business, and you're not allowed to have people in. And you're like, wait a minute, this is my business. I can do as I please. So actually, there was just an injunction on that today. You know what? I'm sorry. You got me off on a topic that I really love, and I'm getting way into this, and that's not what people usually.
Gentleman living in Japan. You must have a ton of questions for him.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, what the segue for that would be, you guys don't really have a gun culture at all, and yet you just recently had a gun-related assassination. Or at least I guess it would be considered a firearm, if not a gun. It's definitely a tube that someone's constructed and used black powder.
That was a really, really strange, of course, terrible event, but very weird, very strange. And the more you hear about it, the more you kind of wonder what it was, really going on there. But yeah, supposedly somebody made a 3D printed gun and, took out the.
Actually, no, not 3D printed. I've really looked into the weapon. Right. It was a good old fashioned, taking a couple of pipes and crafting it by hand on a piece of wood. It was basically a hand cannon is what it was. They took lead pipes, sectioned off the end, poured in the black powder, which they had to make themselves. Wow. And my understanding is that in Japan, even the materials, the chemicals for making black powder, which I will not discuss on this channel because you get your channel taken down entirely for doing that, which is funny because black powder is so easily Googled up. I mean, it's very... Heck, watch an episode of Star Trek, you can find out how to make black powder. Just saying. But anyway, there was a great YouTube channel that I follow, Brandon Herrera, did a video specifically about that weapon. He recreated it and was demonstrating it. And he got taken down. It got taken down, and he was banned for 2 weeks, which really hurt his business. And interestingly, it wasn't because he showed how the gun was crafted or demonstrating it or almost blowing himself up. Seriously, when he went to set it off, it literally blew up. And he's like, the fact that this guy was able to kill somebody besides himself with it was amazing in and of itself. No, he actually went too far into the making of black powder, and that's how he got hit. So anyway, but yes, that I mean, but over here the anti-gun lobbyists use 3D printing and ghost guns to be any kind of gun that you make yourself. And that's just the way it is. We guns are not that complicated, and if you have a machine shop and you know how to craft things, you can make a gun. You can make a gun much better than the one that was used there, but I guess it was effective. And a lot of people over here have been talking about that a lot, because we're basically saying, look, you can outlaw anything you want. That's not going to keep people from committing horrendous crimes. Maybe focus a little bit more on the person committing the crime and the crime itself, rather than the tool being used. Because, if someone decides to cut your heart out with a spoon, are you going to, outlaw spoons? No, you're just going to, put that guy away for life for committing murder, because murder is murder, regardless of how you do it, But
it was from Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Yes. I'll cut you all out with a spoon. Why a spoon, cousin? Because it would hurt more, you idiot. My horrible British accent. I hope I haven't just offended you.
It was better than Kevin Costner's. I'm sorry, I'm being...
Well, it was definitely better than Kevin Costner's. That's for darn sure. Yeah.
Chrissy Kitty in the chat's asking, is Wakizashi British? Yes, I am. I'm from England originally, from Manchester. I don't know if you know Manchester.
Wow.
That's actually a great segue to get us back on topic. Why don't we... I was originally going to ask you to talk more about... We'll get to your channel in a second. Why don't you give us the history that led you here? Because it is... I think when I told people that I had a guest coming from Japan, they were expecting someone Japanese. And, well, I mean, he's in Japan. He speaks Japanese, but... Yeah, he's a Brit, so go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks, Troy. And wow, that was a fascinating conversation, by the way. That was cool.
I'll try to stay off the guns the rest of the night.
Okay. It's a crazy path how I got here. I'll keep it very short. I was interested in Japan since I was young. I got into, the old classic movies, Kurosawa movies. I quite like samurai-style art as well. That kind of period of art was really into that. But me and a friend left our jobs in HMV, a record store in Manchester. We did a year's working holiday in Australia, and I'd only been there a few days, and I just bumped into this really cute Japanese young lady in a club in Sydney.
I see where this is leading. Okay,
the rest is history. Here I am in Japan. I still can't believe it. I wake up every day and I ask myself, is this real? Is this real? Am I dreaming or what? It's like, no, it's real. So fantastic.
I'll tell you, watching your channel, I mean, and seeing the backgrounds and seeing the lead-in art and stuff like that, I think it kind of plays to the American stereotype of Japan is all kotos and cherry blossoms, but I'm guessing it's well, no, I'd like to believe that's the case, but is that really the case?
I tell you what, I've got a confession to make. I came here because I thought it was all ninja and samurai, walking the streets, and I haven't seen any. I still haven't seen one yet.
No, you probably won't, because the ninja aren't as described historically anyway, so...
That's right.
Real quick, I see Zach's just joined us. Hey, Zach's good to see you. Yep, he's... I know you guys know each other, but...
Whereabouts in Japan are you living right now? Or maybe you don't want to say, if that's okay if you don't want to say.
No, it's fine.
It's such a tiny little island, so I mean,
I don't know.
It's not like it would make that big a difference.
Country? I don't know. I'm just curious.
It's actually surprisingly long, like a Wakizashi. No, it's longer than you think. For example, to drive from here to Tokyo,
what you said.
Take like 10 hours. 10-hour drive to Tokyo from here. It's crazy.
Okay.
I'm on the west coast of the smallest or the least populated prefecture. It's called Tottori Prefecture. That's where I live. By the Japan Sea, it's beautiful. We have a big mountain close by, and we got the sea.
Wow.
So yeah, I love it. But it's a small town, Troy and Boomer. Very small town, kind of a countryside town.
Nice.
Cool.
So you really do have that stereotypical, cherry blossom,
Yeah,
kind of.
it's amazing.
Do they have festivals in this town, like at different times of the year, like any kind of local festivals? Maybe, I don't know.
They do. We just had the summer. It was a little bit late this year. The summer festival, and they have a fireworks festival in the summer every year, all over Japan. It's beautiful, like a 45-minute show of fireworks. They stretch it out.
Oh, wow.
So you mentioned Mrs. Wakizashi. How long have you been married?
Let me think. Okay, so
you got to do the math. I know.
No, it's 22 years. 22.
Oh, God bless. Yeah.
Wow.
Netter and I just celebrated 30 a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
So,
that's great. Congratulations. I still can't believe she's still here, Troy, to be honest.
well, I say this every year. You know, every year that she doesn't smother me in my sleep is probably a successful year of marriage. Ha! 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 I don't think I've ever gotten anyone to almost spew on camera.
You got me.
There we go. Awesome. Good. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your channel, Wakizashi's Teahouse. I guess I was a little surprised it's not like all manga and anime.
I know, right? Yeah, that's what a lot of people expect. It's weird that I'm in the manga and anime capital of the world and I don't really cover it. I focus on American comics, which is my first real love, you know, traditional American comic books when they used to be really good anyway. DC and Marvel mostly.
Yep.
And the Spawn comics by Image, which have had a renaissance recently, a resurgence. So that's it. Comic book reviews and talking about movies.
So, you know, we've had a couple of we've had a couple of people from the other side of the pond talking about the experience for Britain reading American comics and this concept of the British annual. This idea that, you know, at the holiday season you would get reprints from throughout the year of abridged, you know, stories, which is very different than the kind of annuals we have had historically here in the U.S., where it was a completely separate, deluxe-sized, once-a-year story that, you know, either progressed the character or was something very poignant and wasn't generally available to people that subscribed and received them by mail. You'd physically have to go into the comic book store to pick up the annuals.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I know about the annuals. I remember them, but I didn't know you had to get them separately.
Here in the States, yeah, it was. I think that's probably changing because the whole distribution system has changed with people buying things by other sources, and you know, honestly, they're killing the local comic book store for a lot of reasons we could probably get into later on, but there were and this was true with the and you saw it especially with Marvel. The alternate covers, you might have a cover that was only available in comic book stores, and there was a cover that was only available if you were a subscriber, and so forth. It was a way to try and kind of influence the market to patronize the different outlets and whatnot. But yeah, so you could get away with not reading the annuals and not really miss the overarching story. But some of those annuals became classics that, well, let's face it, if they became classics, they, 20, 30 years on, DC animated studios started putting out, a cartoon version of it. What was it? For the Man Who Has Everything, for the Man of Steel Who Has Everything, you know, that classic holiday story by Alan Moore. You know, that was an annual. It was a very famous one. A less famous one that was just covered on Sasha's Casualty Comics was The Sword of Superman. That was actually the annual from the year before the Alan Moore one that I just mentioned. But yeah, so difference again between Britain and UK on how annuals work. But so you were both DC and Marvel, more one than the other?
Started with Marvel. It was Spider-Man to begin with, and then Daredevil. I just missed the classic Frank Miller run when I was buying it. It was Ann Nocenti, she was a great writer. It was a really good run, but yeah, I just missed that. And then I got into Batman via Frank Miller's Year One in the comics.
Yeah.
Issue 403 or 4, something like that. But Troy, going back to the UK, the differences. Do you know the Marvel UK? They used to reprint the American comics in black and white. We didn't get it in colour. And they were kind of larger size as well. It was weird. It was more like a magazine style size. This is back in the 70s, I think, late 70s when I was first getting into it.
Okay. I have seen those magazine size comics, and I always assumed they were some sort of a prestige format kind of thing. I had no idea that this was the British titles. And for a lot of things, there were reprints and reprints in different formats. Yeah. The one that I think of the most is the Marvel Comics run of the Star Wars, the first issues that recount the film. I think it was like 6 issues or something like that. And it was put out in the regular comic book size, which is slightly smaller than the A4. I don't know what the exact dimensions of a comic book are, sorry. But that was in color, but then there was a magazine size that was black and white. That's probably from Britain. And then they had these little digest-sized ones that were also black and white, but tiny, with a harder stock for the cover. And they didn't break them up the same way. So if you had like one of these smaller ones and the bigger one and the medium-sized one, they either overlapped or there was a bunch of stuff missing. And luckily, I ended up being able to get the reprint that took the whole story of the movie and compressed it into one cover and whatnot. But I've got multiple copies of the same thing because of that, and I think they did that on purpose. I think that's intentional, get you to spend more money, buy more copies. But and that what was great about those comics was just like the storybooks and the novelizations and stuff, you oftentimes got the scenes that were dropped from the film. They were working from a script or whatever, so that, for example, that famous scene of Jabba the Hutt talking to Han Solo in Docking Bay 94, that appears in the comic book, but of course did not appear in the film until the special editions and so forth. Likewise, some of those scenes with Biggs at Anchorhead and so forth, those appear in the comics. Photographs of them appear in the storybook, but, of course, we're not in the movie, which kind of causes that Mandela effect in people's minds where they're like, I'm sure I saw that scene before. No, you didn't. You saw it in the storybook, and now you're, extrapolating it. And let's face it, I grew up. Do you know about the NPR radio drama of Star Wars?
Is that the one that Mark Hamill did the voice for Luke? I'm not sure. He actually did it. I think
he did for the first two. Yeah, for
okay. I was going to say Return of the Jedi. I don't think he did.
No, he didn't do it. The guy that got was pretty good though. The substitute, but yeah, maybe he was busy doing his like Batman and Spider-Man shows.
Anthony Daniels, of course, reprised the role of C-3PO, but I think all the rest of the actors were recast. But
Ed
so you've heard.
Ed Asner did the voice of Jabba the Hutt, which was
did he?
grunting and stuff, which was funny.
I had. It's been so long since I've even listened to that. You can get away with Huttese and translation at the bottom of the screen when it's a film, but when it's a radio drama, you kind of need it to be all in English.
They had 3PO, I think, doing the
Oh, is that how
translations? But then also you could probably tell by the tone of what he was.
Was
saying.
that Asner actually speaking in gibberish?
Yeah, no, he's speaking in what Jabba was saying. Yeah, no, he wasn't speaking in English. Yeah. He's speaking in whatever Jabba speaks.
Yeah, no, that's funny. I can only. Because I don't think I ever listened to Return of the Jedi.
It was made way later. That was made way later. That was made like before the special editions, around the time the special editions came out. Yeah. Because they never finished it back in the day. Yeah.
NPR, National Public Radio, here in the States. Would be like your BBC. It's a state-sponsored, public radio station, and they were the ones that started with this long format, audio drama, which to me was like, the good old days of radio dramas and so forth, and there was a lot more story there. A lot of it was in the novel. Some of it was even added into the into the radio drama that wasn't even in the novelization. But people remember it, and it sticks in their memory. And I'm like, I remember this segment of story. They must have edited that out of the film. No, you listened to the radio drama as a kid. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah. So you grew up. Let's get you back on story. So you were that just after the Frank Miller run on Daredevil. And so your gateway drug in comics was Spider-Man and Daredevil. What brought you into DC then?
I know. Well, in American comics, it was Marvel, it was Spider-Man, and as I say, Daredevil. But I've got one here. Do you know the British weekly 2000 AD? Don't know if you ever heard
I
of that.
don't know.
I know the Judge Dredd comics. I've read some of those.
Yeah, basically, that's it.
Yeah.
It's what do you call it? It's been going since the late 70s. It's still going now, and it's a weekly British comic book with sci-fi horror themes to it. A lot of the big writers nowadays, they started here, the British writers anyway. So that was my first drug, my first comic, and then I got onto Spider-Man and Daredevil.
I've been neglecting the chat because of how excited I've been to talk with you, Gray. But
me too.
Mary's Game Room has stopped in. She says, "Good evening. So glad you're here. Super appreciate it. Where's the Mister? Get him in here sometime. He doesn't show me any love these days. No, that's fine. I'm just playing around. But good to see all of you.
She does the Let's Plays, right?
I did not know that, Steven. Bruce Boxleitner was the voice of Biggs. Wow.
I don't remember, but that might be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Melissa Gilbert. That's how I know him. Let's see. Melissa Gilbert, I had such a crush on her. I wish she hadn't started talking politics. You lose respect for people when they start doing that.
Anyways.
Yeah. And he's in the chat. Thanks so much, Gray. Holding down the chat. Thank you very much. Is that why you keep hitting the mute so we don't hear you typing?
A little bit, yeah. So occasionally you'll see me looking down. It's the keyboard's down here. It's not a great position. And sometimes Mrs. Wakizashi's like sneaking in the room to get something, so I'm on mute.
Oh, you know what? Tell her, it's fine. Don't censor her if she comes over the, that's why I have Netter in the background, because she's going to come over my mic no matter what. So I send her the link too, so she can hear in real time instead of having the 30-second delay.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? That
it is very
to get
weird.
Used to that.
And it's very, very difficult to follow along what's going on. She'll because on other streams that I'm on that she's not, I'll be talking, and then all of a sudden, 30 seconds later, she starts laughing to a joke we made further back. And then she'll comment on something, and we're already past that. So this way, she's actually part of the chat if she chooses to be. But by and large, she's here to be the bouncer. The blue wrench, because we can't always be 100% certain deleted scenes is going to be here. So just in case he can't make it, Netter's in the chat to make sure people like Skipper Kenner stay in line and don't get out of line. What's up, guys?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, no, he knows exactly what I mean by that. He's a troublemaker. So Skipper Kenner's a good friend of ours. He's like in real life, local. For as long as we've been married, he was part of our friend group when we first met and everything. And he he comes on every now and again to poke at me and get me riled up. And okay, let's see how much he's had to drink. Can I get him off on a tangent? That's his goal. Every time he stops in, he's also a fireman, which you got to give a little bit of respect to.
Respect.
Just a little bit of respect, because he tells stories about what life is like in the firehouse, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's like Rescue Me, and he's like, yeah, Rescue Me is exactly the way it's really like in a firehouse. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if you've ever seen that show. That used to be on the FX channel. I don't know how cable translates overseas.
That one comedian in it, right? Dennis Leary, was he in
Dennis Leary. From Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. Yeah, I remember from that.
He's great. He's a real libertarian conservative type of guy. But I would translate that for you as Tory, but I'm not sure Tory carries the same meaning that it once did. Not to get us off on politics again, but
question. I have a question for our guest. You like the American comics? Are American comics popular at all in Japan? Like, do they like our superheroes, or are there particular superheroes they like, or have you noticed anything since you've been over there? I don't know.
They're very hard to get hold of here, physical copies. You've got to go to a big city. You can talk in Tokyo, Osaka, maybe Hiroshima. But I think there's a very, very small, what do you call it, like almost like cult following. But it's all manga here.
I'd heard that a while back that they liked the X-Men characters. I heard they were big in Japan, but I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, characters like Spider-Man, mainly because of the movies, I think. When the movies are out, they get a boost. So Spider-Man, Batman are well known. For some reason, Superman is not popular in Japan. I don't know why that is. Whether it's a culture thing, it doesn't translate, I don't know.
I have to think that because and interesting. How about Batman? How does Batman translate?
Yeah, Batman's very popular.
See, yeah, that plays into the theory that I have. When you look at Batman, when you look at the X-Men, there's this street level grittiness that makes a lot of sense in a manga sort of mentality, whereas Superman is very. That doesn't even translate real well to the like Dragon Ball kind of concept. People like to pair up Superman and Goku, but it doesn't. It's such a different kind of story.
Do you remember the YouTube channel Epic Rap Battles of History?
Yes.
They did a Superman versus Goku one.
Oh, I'll have to look into that.
It's funny, and I like the guy they have doing Superman because he had that kind of arrogant side, like I'm Superman, and like I think Jimmy Olsen's like in the background, says, "Hey, it's Superman," and like he kind of raises his fists up, like swats him out of the way by accident. He goes flying, It's just
no. But yeah, I get it. In fact, oh my gosh, do you know anything about the Japanese Spider-Man?
Oh yes, I do.
See,
yeah.
Another big difference.
There was a Japanese Batman comic as well for quite a long time.
There was.
I think it was a newspaper one.
I actually have some copies of that, and
the Japanese.
I have a real hard time. This whole concept of reading things backwards, it's just.
Well, they would argue.
Me too. Even now, me too.
You get used to it.
And Nanette would look at me askance and go, it's like you don't know Jewish. It's like, okay, I'm sorry.
It's funny you say that because I have the Tomb Raider reprint volumes that came out, the old Top Cow comics. They reprinted those, the Tomb Raider comics, and I was looking at them as like, oh, I have to read left to right with these, don't I? Because I'm so used to it being the other way around.
Yeah. No, exactly. But yeah, and I did a couple weeks back. Boomer, was it over on Culture Fortress where I was talking about Spider-Man?
Yes, you went on to your whole personal history about that.
Yeah, over on Mr. Matchstick's channel.
You had the whole shebang. You had the you were posed as him as a kid. Remember, you were on the wall.
Oh yeah. So anyone who tuned into and there's a reason that I haven't posted that picture in any of my other outlets, just because I want, if anyone's interested, they've got to go to Mr. Matchstick's channel and look it up. I have a picture of myself as a 8-year-old kid. I was wearing Spider-Man underoos. You know what underoos are? Okay, I was wearing Spider-Man underoos and a Spider-Man ski mask. Full face ski mask, and I had climbed up the door jamb of a doorway in my house, and my mom got a picture of me, and that picture became part of my slideshow as I was talking about my history with Spider-Man. So I tell everybody, go subscribe to Mr. Matchstick, but this is why. If you want to see that picture, you got to go find that video. You got to go look it up, because I'm trying to drive up some views over there. But yeah, I went into my whole history of my personal experience with Spider-Man, starting with, it didn't start with the comics. It started with the 66 Spider-Man cartoon series. I don't even know if you're even aware of that. It was the Spider-Man. Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Okay, that's before your time.
I remember the 70s Kung Fu style show with Nicholas Hammond as Spider-Man. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I got into that in it
Was
too.
A show
Yeah.
or a movie? I can't remember.
I loved that, but it was right in that Lou Ferrigno Incredible Hulk era.
Yes.
And there was actually talk about there being a crossover, because in the later years of the Hulk series, they did a series of made-for-TV films where he crossed over with Daredevil and Thor, and there was going to be one where he had She-Hulk, and they were meant to be backdoor pilots. They were going to try to start some new shows. None of them took off, but all of them were great, I felt, in their own right. And they were going to do a Lou Ferrigno Hulk, Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man, but it didn't end up happening simply because, these things take a while. And then, of course, Bill Bixby contracted cancer, and that put a kibosh on all of that. But we almost got that. So, yeah, for me, that was the live-action Spider-Man that I had. Oh, gosh. When we talk about it, I can hear that, that slapped bass. It
was awesome. And it was during the 70s Kung Fu. Music. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Kung Fu and karate phase as
well. Okay, so let me speak to that, too. It's funny because what you are referring to is the way you consumed it as opposed to the way we consumed it. When we consumed it, it was intended as a TV series. So we were getting these 1-hour episodes, but a couple batches of those episodes were taken and re-edited into feature-length films to be shown overseas. You've got, there was 2 storylines that were kind of mashed together to make that, I guess you'd call it, the Kung Fu karate,
Spider-Man movie.
And that was just one episode out of the whole series. I think there was 13 episodes or something like that. So what they did was they took the pilot episode, which was a 2-hour pilot, and made that one standalone. And then they took the clone story and something else, made that another one, and then there was the karate one and something else, and they used the other one was always just filler to make a. I never actually saw them in those formats, those edited together overseas versions. I might have to, take to the high seas and try to see if I can find them, just out of a curiosity's sake, because I have. It's never been released in any physical format, but I've gotten each individual episode for my own, DVD collection.
Oh, wow.
Own physical media, everybody,
Oh, yes.
as we always say. But, yeah. And one thing that we don't talk about too much, and I wonder if you run into this struggle, is with physical media, especially these days with the digital and the DVD and so forth. Do you have problems with formatting between U.S., U.K., and Japan?
Oh yeah, Japan's the same as America. I think is it NTSC the screen?
Yes, NTSC. You have
the
PAL
UK is PAL, which is I think it's more frames. It's it was so annoying with movies and with games as well back in the day.
So yeah. I'm going to go off on another nerd rant here. So NTSC versus PAL.
Yes.
I know far more than anybody needs to because of Doctor Who.
Why?
Because of Doctor Who, really.
Doctor Who.
Yes, because here in the United States, all of our TVs, and this is not physical media related. This is television related. If there was no region formatting on DVDs, we'd still have a problem with the televisions playing those DVDs.
Yeah.
Because frame rates, number of lines, and dimensions are different between Britain and UK, PAL versus NTSC. So that's another reason why, even if I were to take a British DVD, rip it, and reformat it as Region 1, I still couldn't watch it on my television because it's an NTSC NTSC television as opposed to PAL
so
British.
Annoying, wasn't it? So annoying, man. Crazy.
And the reason that becomes important is because of the whole Doctor Who reconstruction of all those first and second and a little bit of the third Doctor that were lost, and maybe someone in Africa or someone in Japan or someone especially in the U.S. had a copy of it or a portion of it or whatever, and the reconstruction team would say, hey, can we get that? And then they'd go, oh, crap, this is NTSC. We've got to find a way to translate this into PAL or translate the PAL into NTSC or whatever. And there's many videos about that. I'll never do a video myself because there's better ones out there. But yeah, I know way more about that than any non-nerd would have any care
Nerd.
to. I am a nerd. I go down rabbit holes.
Me too.
But
the PAL games were different too. Like they would run at 50 hertz, I think, over there, right? Yeah.
I never thought about that. Video games that played on the
slower.
television. Yeah.
And the funny thing was, I got the Contra collection for they released all the Contra games in a digital collection, and they feature the British versions that are called the Pro Protector games, because over in Europe they changed them. The characters look like Rambo in the U.S., but they look like robots in Europe. Okay, and you have the option when you play the Pro Protector games, you want 50 or 60 hertz. Like they'll actually speed it up to the normal, but some people may want the slower speed because that's what they grew up with, And I thought that was interesting. Yeah.
It also meant we had to wait for games in the UK. We had to wait, especially from Japan, 3 to 6 months. It's like, come on, waiting for Super Mario on the 64 or on the SNES. I
remember, I was looking at the release dates for Super Mario Brothers 3. We got it much later than Japan, and you guys got it later than us.
Yeah,
it's like
Japan, America, UK.
Yeah, pretty much. That was how it worked usually.
So
they're better about that now, but back in the day.
So Skipper Kenner's bringing up that I didn't know there was a Samsung TV, but apparently Samsung TV plays the original, Doctors 1 through 7. So that as long as we're going off on tangents, let's stay on this one. When you come on my channel and you've got a British accent, we got to talk a little bit Doctor Who. So, do you have a history with Doctor Who? Did you enjoy Doctor Who, or is that not something that even? Okay.
Tom Baker. Tom Baker was my doctor, Troy.
That's fine.
Netter and I will say the same thing, even though because I am. That's where I started when I was in high school. Buddy got me into Doctor Who. I had no knowledge of Doctor Who until then.
How difficult was it to find it in the States back then? Was it hard to find it anywhere?
What time phrase are you talking about, Troy?
Late 70s, so Tom Baker, the end to early 80s.
Well, it was for me, it was the, let's see. So I was class of 89, so it was probably 84 to 89 was my high school era. And over here, the way we saw it, and this is important to anyone who's at all interested in the Doctor Who preservation, was so Britain would play it on BBC first run, right? And they would send whatever format over to the States and Canada and other international markets in whatever format was needed for that. So whether it was VHS tapes or VTR tapes originally, VHS tapes. And my understanding is that in Africa and I think Australia, it was literally, the film. It was literally in film.
Yeah, that's right.
And the reason that's important is because if they didn't send them back to the BBC the way they were supposed to, they ended up getting preserved. And then those formats would need to be translated back into whatever format, BBC wanted to use for their ultimate releases of those things. But here in the States, our PBS stations, PBS works very differently than BBC. We use it as an analog, but it's not the same. Every public broadcasting system, the public broadcasting system in the United States is compartmentalized by municipality. So here in Chicago, it was WTTW Chicago. They are their own local network, and they were in no way tied to whatever the PBS station was in New York and San Francisco and so forth. They all got it separately, all played Doctor Who, if they played Doctor Who, at different times and so forth.
Yeah.
I can only speak to Chicago.
I can speak to New York and New Jersey if you'd like.
Please. What was...
And we got both. I got both the New York PBS and the New Jersey PBS because of where we lived in New Jersey. And like the New York City PBS, I think like they would show theirs at Saturday night, and instead of showing each individual episode, because they would always show the whole serial, they wouldn't just do one at a time. They would show the whole thing. But what they would do was I think it would be episodic. Like you see the end of the episode, the next one would pop on, kind of like how you see on DVD. The other station would actually cut them all together into like a movie format, where there was no end of part one, end of part two. Like they would actually seamlessly transition them. So it was weird how we got both. Yeah.
I can answer Skipper Kenner's question here. It was Channel 11, WTTW Chicago. That's the channel you watched it on. Trust me, it's the only channel that carried it here. But yeah, and so here in Chicago, Doctor Who was late night on Sunday, and by late night I mean like 10 o'clock at night. So it was like pulling teeth to get my mother to let me stay up late enough to watch it. I'll watch Doctor Who and then I'll go to bed, Mom, I promise, you know. And this was in high school. That's how my mom was. But yeah, the gateway drug for me, though, was Blake 7. Have you ever heard of Blake 7?
Oh,
Might be a little before your time.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but it was very famous. It is very famous as well, yeah.
Now, Blake 7 is a whole other animal that I've talked about on this channel, because that was a 4-season, or you called them series, show that, although all of the show was aired here on PBS, we never got a physical media release. No, I take that back. There was a VHS release of it through Columbia House. Yeah, which I actually had started getting, but look, they took up so damn much, because they literally put one episode per tape.
Wow.
You can imagine how much 4 series of a show takes up in VHS.
I think I got Batman the Animated Series like that too, in the big.
Oh, Maron me! I can only imagine how much space that takes up. I can't do it.
I had to stop after a while. I did.
In the digital age, I've started downloading those episodes and making my own DVDs, just because I don't have the room for that many VHSs. Anyway, Blake 7 was my gateway drug. And a buddy of mine, my freshman year in high school, was like, well, you like Blake 7. Why don't you check out this Doctor Who? That's, goes back much farther. And I'm like, I don't know anything about Doctor Who. He goes, trust me, you'll like it. If you like Blake 7, you'll like Doctor Who. Started watching it, loved it. And then I would get together with him after school, and he had all of the magazines and the comics and the novelizations. Back then, the novelizations, they did a novelization of every single serial of Doctor Who. So even if the physical media was lost, the story still existed. So that's how we got all of our first and second Doctor, was through those novelizations. And he would, just by us sitting and chit-chatting, he would tell me these stories to get me caught up on where I was with, John Pertwee, but then Tom Baker and so forth. Tom Baker had the longest run during that, so it's the one that most people here in the U.S. think of.
Yeah.
Plus, he had that iconic, fedora, brown fedora and the long scarf. So my mother really keyed into that scarf. She had a friend who did knitting, knitted the scarf based on the UK magazine put out the stitch pattern and the color variations, which the colors were not attainable here in the United States, so we did the best that we could. And she made me this scarf, and the scarf was so long. My mom's friend said, "My gosh, I spent as much yarn making this scarf as I would if I made a whole Afghan for a couch." I said, a couch that I could hide behind when the Daleks show up. That works too. So, yeah, exactly. That's another thing that we understand from different British television shows, but we don't have a concept of hiding behind the couch because there was nothing scary about the Dalek to us.
No.
Not at all. I didn't understand it, but you kind of have to put yourself in the mindset of a kid in the 60s in black and white watching that first Dalek episode. And when I finally saw that many, many years on, I was like, okay, I guess I kind of get it. Especially those scenes where you see it from the Dalek's point of view, exterminate, and it's like, very Twilight Zone-ish. I'm like, okay, I guess I kind of get it.
See, the Cybermen were the ones I always thought were creepy.
Yeah, yes. They were. The early ones were.
The proto-Borg, right? This whole idea of being taken and turned into a machine, that's horrific, really, when you think about it. I think the revised series after 2005, when they got back into the Cybermen, really keyed into that element. There was an episode, I can't remember the comedian who was in that episode. He's a British talk show host. I can't remember his name, but his story is that he's got a little baby that the doctor says, I speak baby because I'm Gallifreyan, and he wants to be called Stormageddon, the destroyer of all. And he gets turned into a Cyberman, and the doctor convinces him to tap into his love for his child to overcome his programming. And oh my gosh, that is heart-wrenching type storytelling. I mean, that's some really good drama. I kind of wish they'd continued to focus on that rather than trying to get all into their woke propagandistic, messaging before story. But,
Did you ever catch Troy, Tomb of the Cybermen, the recovered Patrick Troughton episode from back in the day?
Yes, I did. In fact, I had the reconstructions of them that I made into DVDs before they were put out as animated features.
No, they found the Tomb of the Cybermen. That one they found.
Yep.
So yeah.
Oh, so there's a new version that I need to get now. Okay.
Maybe. I don't know if you have they actually found the actual serial. I think they found a print of it. No, I had the DVD a while back. It was it's a neat little serial because it's I think those Troughton serials, you can sort of look at them like these 1950s sci-fi movies, because the Doctor and his companions show up on this planet, and there's an archaeological expedition from Earth, and of course they came on in a rocket, and they're looking for the last remaining vestiges of the civilization known as the Cybermen. And it's like, instead of like the mummy's tomb, it's the Cybermen's tomb. Do you understand? And it's
I've seen so many versions of it, and that's part of the charm of these reconstructive projects, because you will get like these telesnap, what would you call it? Like PowerPoint presentations with the audio played and, script underneath describing the action before they did an animated version. And then suddenly somebody will find, in Australia or something, they never returned the film. And therefore we have, the completely restored film that we get to see. Just recently, I'd say in the past 2-3 years, a lot of the Patrick Troughton stories were put out with animation. So I got all of those and ended up having to rewatch everything again. I'll tell you what, those telesnaps, although they get the story across, very difficult to watch. It's actually harder to watch than just closing your eyes and listening to the audio,
right?
Because the straight audio is kind of like a radio drama, whereas
they're much better. I can't get into the, what did you say? The
telesnaps, and some of those telesnaps. I mean, the reconstructive team, I got to give them props for trying, because they'll do things where they'll like actually have like a pseudo animation of a Dalek moving in a very Monty Python-esque animation type, and it's like, good try, but it kind of takes all of the scariness out of it, and it makes you almost chuckle. but but yeah, I dig that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of love.
Favorite, Troy? Who's your favorite Doctor, or who would you say is your Doctor?
Baker.
Netter's saying Tom Baker. I would have said that for a lot of years, but I almost feel like I have to separate old Doctor Who and new Doctor Who.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Although it is...
David Tennant.
Yeah, because David Tennant would be obviously my favorite from the newest, but I don't think he supplants my favorite from the previous Doctors, and I think I'm going to shock you. Paul McGann.
Oh,
I think Paul McGann is my favorite.
He should have been Doctor Who for a long time. It would have been fantastic. He's done audio.
Wouldn't it have been
adventures.
fantastic if he
That's
had
all.
been in the place that that Eccleston was in? I always imagine, and see, this was the other thing too. In your head canon, for the longest time, I thought that it went directly from Paul McGann to Christopher Eccleston. And as he got into all these stories about the Time War and all this kind of stuff, I just assumed, based on just a few scenes from that first episode, Rose, I just assumed that it was Paul McGann's Doctor that fought the Time War. And then something happened at the end of the Time War that caused his regeneration, and he had just recently become Christopher Eccleston. And that's why you see Christopher Eccleston, when he gets to Rose's flat, he stops and looks at himself in the mirror, and he looks at his ears and stuff, and it's like, okay, he's just recently transformed, so he's getting used to his new look. But it's not until much later that we find out that there was a John Hurt era in between. And I'm like, well, that kind of cheats Christopher Eccleston.
Yeah.
All right,
I would have had him be the War Doctor, but what can you do?
Yeah, it definitely. Yeah, I felt like in my mind, especially, and I didn't really listen to all of them, but I know there was a whole Time War audio series with Paul McGann. And I just
he was
assumed,
involved in it up till then. Remember,
Yes. In fact, if you want to get
made a point
really
about
technical, who was the longest running Doctor with the most episodes? Paul McGann, if you take into account all of the audio dramas. Yeah. But, so for the longest time, I said Paul McGann. But then again, you asked me who my favorite James Bond is. And, for me, it was Lazenby.
Ooh.
I know. I'm the odd one out.
It's
like,
a great film. It's a great movie.
I guess I love the one-off guys that didn't get a fair shake, in my opinion. But especially in this modern era, I don't think I've ever really explained the why of it. But I think a lot of whatever your fandom is, I think the modern fans understand this idea that these days, when you hear an actor who's taken on a beloved role talking about what they're doing, you get the immediate impression of whether they are a fan of what they're doing or they're just playing a role. It's just another acting gig, and you tend to judge them based on that. George Lazenby clearly was a James Bond fan. This was almost like he wanted to get into acting to do this. You could say the same thing about what's his name, the 12th Doctor. What was his name? Help me out here, Boomer. The 12th Doctor.
Okay, so let's see. It's confusing because
the one that came after Matt Smith.
Peter
Capaldi. Thank you,
Scottish,
Peter Capaldi.
great actor.
Peter Capaldi said he got into acting specifically because he wanted to play the Doctor.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And he even when he hadn't even played the Doctor yet, and people were talking about him, and an article came out where he had written a letter to the Doctor Who magazine, kind of critiquing an episode or something like that. Clearly a dyed-in-the-wool fan from the time he was a kid. Actually, in fairness, David Tennant has said the same thing. Although he wasn't quite as big a fan as Capaldi, where he literally got into acting because he wanted to play the Doctor. Well, George Lazenby has basically said he went into acting because he wanted to play James Bond. And when he finally got to play James Bond, he was James Bond. And I guess he got into the whole method acting before method acting was cool. He wanted to be James Bond. I give a certain amount of credit to somebody like that, you know?
Yeah.
As opposed to, you know, this most recent, you know, Australian guy who's like, whatever, it's an acting job. You know, give me the money. You know, it's like, screw you. You know?
In the chat, Troy, D. Pensac agrees with you. OHMSS, the best book and the best film.
Okay, yeah.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Actually, also, one of my favorite James Bond themes. We have all the time in the world.
Classic.
You know, of course, I Louis Armstrong fan. But just like the actor, the one shot, that Louis Armstrong theme is very different from all the other James Bond themes. It's there's a lot of jazz in those early James Bond themes, but his is a very different style. That whole Louis Armstrong, we have all the time in the world. I'm going to get copyright struck.
I'm getting chills, man. I'm getting chills at the back of my spine thinking about it. What a song.
I love that. It was on I took that theme and put it into a mixtape that I gave Nanette when we were dating. But anyway.
They even used it in the last movie, didn't they? The last Daniel Craig, who's not
Beats
James
me,
Bond,
I haven't watched it. I have it on DVD and haven't even watched it.
It's not very good.
I've heard. Yeah. But,
anyway, for me, Peter Davidson was my doctor because that's who I grew up with. I do like John Pertwee a lot too because I did catch those repeats. But Peter Davidson, and for me, Bond, Connery. Yeah, I'll concede those Connerys are all perfect. But my Bond was Pierce Brosnan. He's got me into Bond. That's.
I will say that Pierce Brosnan, for me,
some of his movies were not perfect, but
they
were so fun. He was Bond. He was delivering.
He got the raw end of the deal all the way along, right? Because between Remington Steele not letting him out of his contract to go do those movies, as a fan at the time, I was like, "Oh, he should be Bond. He is Bond. Just let him do that." And then we got Timothy Dalton. I was like. Oh, he's my least favorite James Bond. Just if you didn't ask, but Timothy Dalton was my least favorite James Bond.
I like License to Kill. I know that's a hated Bond movie, but I do like that one.
I did too, only because, and again, sometimes it's what comes after it that redeems it. License to Kill led into a comic book. I don't remember who was doing the comic book at the time. I think it was called License Revoked or something like that.
Really?
And it was a really good story, and I could see it flowing directly from that film. So in retrospect, I ended up liking the film more.
That was the original title, Troy, License Revoked, and they changed it because they thought it's not going to go down well, with an international audience. Like, what's revoked? So they changed it to License to Kill.
You're right, because if you were just a casual American audience, you didn't even have the mentality of what the License to Kill was. License to Kill was a very important concept throughout James Bond.
Oh yeah, crucial.
But they didn't play it up a lot. They mentioned it, I think, almost in every film, at least indirectly or obliquely. But you're right. I don't think it was front and center. But then again, I feel like. Oh gosh, we could do a whole episode on James Bond, really.
We could.
And the cultural differences, right? Because I had to do a great deal of research into, MI6 and the history of the Cold War and all this kind of stuff just to understand the spirit from which James Bond was coming that an American audience generally doesn't even understand. We tend to look at these things through a very different prism. And I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. And let's face it, the rights and the people involved in the James Bond films is very international too. So there's a whole gumbo of stuff that goes into it, and a lot of different perspectives. And I'm not sure exactly what we end up with at the end. It's something that's very much its own and very international, but. as a kid, again, going back to high school, I read through the James Bond novels, the original Ian Fleming.
Oh, have you read them? I've only recently got into them. They're really good.
I need to get back to them because very different stuff. And again, anyone who reads those would probably, as a James Bond fan, would look at this and say, if they're going to reboot James Bond, go back and literally follow these stories. Set it in the Cold War era. Really do these stories. Yeah. And it would be a very different James Bond than anything we've ever had on film. I suppose it would behoove them to tip the hat to what's gone before and some of the trappings, but ironically, or maybe not so much for my brand, but what got me into, looking into it was the whole shaken not stirred thing. That's not... I've talked about this on my channel many times. I can go off on a rant about it. This idea that in the films they take gin and they say shaken not stirred, and it's like, you don't shake gin, you don't aerate gin, because it's you bruise the gin and it's you may as well use vodka. Well, but then again, a Vesper Martini is mostly vodka forward and less gin. But I don't care.
Yes,
you never shake gin. You don't aerate gin. You can't taste the juniper anymore, and it defeats the whole point of using gin. Sorry. What? What were you going to say?
That's how Bond likes it.
But he doesn't. See, that's the thing.
I don't know what was in the books. I remember I read a couple of the books. I remember reading one where he went to an American diner and he was very specific about how the eggs would be made, and he said like eggs, scrambled, toast, coffee, and then he tells the woman he's with, he's like, "Oh no, this is America. They put milk in their eggs." Like he was horrified because he knew.
That used to be true. You're absolutely right. My grandmother used to make scrambled eggs with milk. And I'll tell you what, I tried doing that as I got older, and I was like, why the hell does she do this? It makes it taste like crap, and they scorch, and it made no sense. And when I stopped using milk, they came out much fluffier and much tastier. Came to find out from my grandmother, they did that to make the eggs go farther during the Depression.
Yes.
I was like, oh, okay. Which I suppose would be Cold War era James Bond. Yes. Yeah, but no. Modern James Bond, you couldn't. If you're going to set a James Bond story in the modern day, that line wouldn't make any sense. But I'm sorry, gin is gin. You don't shake gin. And in the original novelization, when they describe the Vesper Martini, it's not shaken. It says nothing about shaking it. It's stirred as appropriate. I'm not sure exactly why. And now I can't remember which one of the original films it was in. Was it Dr. No? Where he said shaken not stirred? I don't know. Doesn't matter. I ignore that particular scene.
What?
No, because it's wrong.
Dr.
It's
No's
just
a classic. What are you talking about?
Well, But
it's
that's
a stereotype, isn't it? A James Bond stereotype. It's that classic line, the shaken, not stirred. But Troy, by the way, for me, it's Roger Moore, because when I was a kid, he was James Bond. I know he's camp, but I've gone back and watched some of his earlier movies now, his James Bond movies, and they're really good. I think he holds up. He does a good performance.
He does. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, no, I'm a big fan of Roger Moore, too. I think the first four, and you know what, the first five. I'll For Your Eyes Only. That's a good one too. I'd say the first five.
Oh, another good theme song too.
Yeah.
No. And that was a great example of. They were both great James Bonds, and I honestly feel like the argument between Roger Moore and Sean Connery is kind of like here in Chicago, the argument between the Sox and the Cubs. It's like, look, they're both great. If you can't have both, they can trade up, whatever, it's fine. I think the only thing that I've seen that came out of the who is the new kid, the Australian kid that played him?
Who? What?
The last James Bond.
He's British. He's Daniel Craig. The
is he British?
Blonde,
He's
blue-eyed,
British, yeah.
I hated those movies so much, I guess I assumed he was Australian.
Lazenby was Australian, yeah? Lazenby was Australian.
Lazenby was Australian, yeah.
See, yeah, I knew that, and for whatever reason, I still liked it. You know, I mean, it's just, okay, so, little tiny brief side thing. I love Australians, too. My mom always wanted to visit Australia and whatnot. And let's face it, we just lost Olivia Newton-John, so my heart was very much, the whole Koala Blue Australian, Sandy Olsen from Sydney, Australia. I was in love with her. But so nothing against them, but I guess I always tend to kind of put Britain slightly higher than Australia when it comes to the pecking order, so to speak.
Really? I thought we were the villains of the world.
Oh no! But when you are the villains, you are the classy villains that we love. The Tarkins and the so forth. I mean, I remember. Actually, Boomer and I talked about this on Geeky Geezers one time. We were talking about the whole idea of the British always playing the villains, yes. And I'm like, there was a whole segment of Britain that took great offense at that, and I'm like, no, you shouldn't, because the villains are really what drive the story. Look at Superman. Okay, Lex Luthor, gets top billing over Superman in the first Superman movie. I mean, it's just, the bad Darth Vader is the star of Star Wars, not Luke Skywalker. It's villain that really defines the hero.
Well, in the case of Superman, Terrence Stamp was cast. Here's what happened. This is why this all happened.
Terrence Stamp, yeah.
He has so General good. Zod. They would cast because they would often shoot movies over in England, Pinewood Studios, and this goes back.
Yes.
I remember when they were shooting Ben-Hur over in England, they said some guy in the commentary made a point that all the Romans have English accents and all the Hebrews are American. You understand? Because,
really?
Because the idea is that you had to employ British actors when you worked in England. That was part of the union rule. So
sure.
They would get important parts, but they usually weren't like the lead parts, so they would be cast as the villains. But that's how that all got started. It wasn't because people think British people are evil or anything. It was just because that was. But then it took that. That's
you're saying they are? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying.
No. I'm asking Gray. It seems to be what he's saying. He's like me. Yeah, I'm evil.
Yeah, just blame the British for everything, and we're okay. We're fine.
Well, no, I'll say this though. Even going back to Star Wars, Alec Guinness was British, and he was a good guy in that movie as well. As
he was the mentor. Well, no, yes. now he's the evil white guy. I'm sorry.
It's so tiring, Troy. It's become so tiresome recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, Kylo Ren really isn't so bad. He's misunderstood. It's everyone else. Like, I don't understand this. It's like just give me villains. I like my villains.
I was recently going through. I'm sunsetting my Facebook account, and as I am, I'm erasing all of my history from Facebook, and I found one from 2000. I think it was 2016. Is that when Force Awakens came out? And I said something about Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
And I said I can't remember his name. That I think I called him
2015, end of 2015.
Okay, so the post that I did was in 2016, and
it was probably soon after the movie came out because it came out Christmas.
I couldn't remember Kylo Ren, and I called him what was it? Kiko Goth Vader. Is what I called him. I don't remember his name. Kiko Goth Vader. And everyone knew what I was talking about, I think that there is a pecking order in accents. And when we want sophistication, we go with a British accent. When we want, bass, bottom, we go with Southern American. accent.
But there are southern accents that are sophisticated, though, aren't there? Like the Virginia accent.
Yeah, but they were slave owners and they're evil.
Okay, I know that, but
I mean, just it's just no. And actually, I've heard a lot of British actors say that, and when you really listen to the accents, you realize that what they're saying is true. If you have a British accent and you need to play a role where you affect a Southern American accent, there is a great deal of overlap. Apparently, it's very easy for a British actor to affect a Southern American dialect as opposed to like a Midwestern New York type accent. Very different kind of things.
Listen to David Tennant try to talk like an American. It's horrible.
Yeah, no,
terrible.
Yeah, and but I will say that by and large, British actors who are classically trained, British actors take their craft seriously, are usually very good at affecting an accent because that's part of their training. Is learning accents, listening to accents, practicing them. Whereas here in the United States, there's this idea that, I can just go and, start pretending and that's acting and without any formal training and you get, Kevin Costner. Yeah, where they're all playing the same role with the same accent. It's like,
exaggerating the pronunciation of words.
Yeah, antipasto, Mozzarella.
Oh, have you seen House of Gucci?
No, I have not.
No.
Not yet.
No, don't do that. Like, when they did the Chernobyl miniseries on HBO, I thought, this is good. It has an international cast, and they don't have them doing Russian accents. They're just speaking...
That was so good, yeah.
As they would, like I think you have Stellan Skarsgård's in it. The one British actor, I forgot, Harris's son. He's in it, and they all just speak of the regular accents. When they did House of Gucci, everyone is speaking with an Italian accent because it's in Italy. So you have Al Pacino and Lady Gaga and the guy that played Kylo Ren, Adam Driver. He's doing it, and they're all doing these Italian accents, and it's not that good.
Well, when it comes to accents,
Mamma mia.
Getting back
pretty much.
Getting back to Doctor Who, you got Netter brought up David Tennant, who is, I believe he's Scottish, but he affects a received accent, a London accent, to play the Doctor. And, when you hear him as himself with his Scottish accent, actually, there is one episode where he pretends to be Scottish, so he's able to put on his regular accent. And it's a little jarring if you're used to, just the received accent. But, you hear that, and I have to imagine, I haven't heard this, but I have to imagine David Tennant has probably said to Capaldi, why do you get to keep your accent and I had to change mine? That's not fair, But that's, I credit an actor for taking the time to learn an accent. American actors are not very good at affecting a British accent. When they do, they tend to sound horrible. There's very few actors that do it very well.
I don't think Brits can do a good American.
Well, your mother is British, so you have a leg up on that. So, let's be fair there.
I don't think British people can do a good American as well. I think it goes both ways, apart from, as you said, the kind of Southern style one. But
keep in mind, I did specify though the actors who are classically trained.
Okay, yeah.
And that's an important. Actually, I love to hear British people mocking the American accents. That's actually kind of fun.
Gillian Anderson can do a British accent, but then I think I heard she was actually born in England and then I think raised in the U.S. Was that right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And then you hear other actors that have spent time in the UK and the United States that are, Johnny Depp and Madonna both has spent extensive amounts of time in the UK. So you would expect when you immerse yourself in an accent. I find myself I thank alcohol that I'm kind of sticking to my American accent, because if I was stone sober and listening to you, Gray, I'd probably be slowly picking up your accent as we talk. But
can you do a very proper British accent? A very posh one. Can you talk like this, Troy?
Netter can absolutely. I am going to verbalize something that I think. What was the actor that you liked that played Spike in Buffy? James Marston. Who played Spike. He has this really great semi-Cockney accent in Buffy, but he's an American actor. And people would put him on the spot and ask him to say something in that accent, and he couldn't do it. He had a very difficult time, because part of being an actor is having prepared lines that you not only memorize, but you memorize with the accent. And so it's very difficult sometimes for someone who's inexperienced, even as an actor. And yes, a lot of the regular viewers know I've done a lot of acting myself, and I've appeared semi-professionally on stage and whatnot. But
I thought the Spike actor was British. Yeah, for the longest time. I used to watch
you
Buffy.
didn't even realize.
I loved it.
I'm glad to hear you folk on that side of the pond do it, because over here there's so many British actors that we have no idea aren't American until we hear them in an interview, and we're like, oh, that's a Brit.
Really? No way.
What's his name? Superman. What's
Henry
his name? Cavill.
Oh, Henry Cavill, yeah.
Henry Cavill. Most Americans didn't know he was British, and it's like, oh, and now everyone's saying, oh yeah, he should play James Bond. He'd make a good James Bond. Why not? But yeah. You're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
What did you think of? I can't remember the actor's name. Who played the Walking Dead lead character? He's from Manchester too. He's from the north of England, and he did a good southern accent,
doing that kind of southern accent.
Yeah, it's easier to do.
He's the one. Thank you for reminding me, because he's the one that first mentioned how much easier it is to do the southern accent if you're British. And it's very. I listen to it and I'm like, I guess I kind of see it, but whatever. Yeah. No, he's great. Yeah, he was one of those exactly that when I heard him in an interview, I was like, oh, he's a Brit. But I've gotten to the point where this doesn't surprise me anymore.
Yeah.
And I give great kudos to British actors that even when I know that they're British and I watch their show and I hear them with the American accent, I don't hear it drop. I never, and you would think just by inference, just by listening for the shortcoming, I never hear it. They are spot on. I mean,
Rick Grimes.
Right, he played Rick Grimes.
That's it, Rick Grimes. Is
Carl,
it Andrew?
Carl!
Andrew Lincoln. Carl!
Yeah.
But Troy, I still have a lot of love for Dick Van Dyke's legendary Cockney accent from Mary Poppins. I still love that. It's so
You've
good.
got to be fair to him, because he feels horrible about that.
No, but I love it. It's so funny.
He did his best based on the training he got, only to come to find out that the training he got was...
Shite?
Let's just say... Okay, shite. It was shite. Let's just say it was weak. It was very, very weak.
Cockney's difficult. It's very difficult, Cockney. I can't do it.
Really?
I can't. I'm Manchester. I'm North.
I always imagined that to go from received accent to Cockney would be like me going to a Southern accent. I guess it's not. I mean,
I always find it difficult. Yeah, it's really hard.
Someone told me, and I'm not sure I hear the connection in my own ear, but that Welsh people have a fairly easy time affecting a Cockney accent. Oh. I can't see the connection there, but, Oh, did you switch to tea?
to some coffee I've got as well as the beer.
And it's a Hello Kitty mug, huh?
Do you like the cup?
Oh yeah, Japanese. Yeah. Fair enough.
My grandmother was Welsh, but I don't think she ever did a coffee.
You're just a mutt. You've got British, Scottish, Welsh. You got everything in
My
there.
grandmother was Welsh, my grandfather was Scottish, now a wee bit of Irish along the way.
Yeah, she's just a complete, UK mutt.
You ever hear Coleman Meaney talk at the start of convention about the Irish accent that's in American movies and how that's not the Irish accent? He has a
I
bit
hadn't,
on that.
but he's right.
He says we don't. It's a made up Irish accent in American movies. He said that's not how Irish people talk, and it's.
I never saw him at a Star Trek convention.
He says, this is the real Irish Trek. This is the fake one that you hear in the movies.
I imagine that if I'd seen him at a Star Trek convention, he probably would have told that because, I caught. I always assumed that Colm Meaney was an American actor affecting an Irish accent. No, he's an Irish actor affecting an American Irish accent.
That's silly.
All the Commitments is where his real accent is.
He did that whole trilogy. That was a trilogy.
You know what? I think in 2023, I'm going to do a watch party of the Commitments here on my channel.
You need to do the Commitments.
True.
The Commitments, the Snapper, and the Van. That's the trilogy. And he's in all.
Actually, what I should do, here's what I should do, is I will do a rewatch of the Commitments on my channel, and I will ask Jedi Bill to do a karaoke night specifically dedicated to songs from the Commitments.
It's a good movie.
That's what I think I'll do. I'll see if I can't work that out in 2023. Given enough time, maybe I can work that out with them. That would be a lot of fun. I'm assuming Gray, you've seen the Commitments. And,
I love it. Is it the Irish writer Roddy Doyle?
Roddy Doyle.
I love his whole sentiment that the Irish are the blacks of Europe. Yeah, I'm black and I'm proud. And just looking, what? Oh, I love that movie. That one. When I get around to the rewatch, I'll have to tell the story. But kind of in brief, when Netta and I were dating, she was real into the Commitments, and she's like, "Have you ever seen the Commitments?" Never seen the Commitments. She made me watch the movie. Got the soundtrack. The soundtrack is actually 2 separate albums. You have to buy both volumes.
Really?
Some great music there. And it's this great story of an Irish upstart band doing American blues classic songs. It's just...
Don't sing with your accent.
Oh, it's Ride, Sally, Ride, not Ride, Sally, Ride. I love that.
Ride, Sally, Ride.
Ride. All you want to do is ride around. No, ride, Sally, Ride, not Ride, Sally, Ride. Oh, I love that. I laughed so hard. But honestly, and I don't remember that kid's name that did the lead singing. He's got a very Joe Cocker kind of voice.
Yeah.
And when
what happened to him?
I don't know. I mean, he came in, he did that, and I didn't see him do anything else. I would like to think he should have gone into singing. I mean, he had
could have gone into theater too. Maybe in Ireland he was a theater.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. And he was young too. He was really, really young. But he had that Joe Cocker type voice. And when Netta and I were dating, we used to do a lot of karaoke, and so it was that version because it was right in my range. I would affect when I would do, Mustang. Mustang Sally. That's another one. Mustang Sally. Oh man, I mean, but yeah. But I have no idea where I was going with that. I got all excited talking about the Commitments.
Commitments. You were gonna do karaoke night or something with Jedi Bill or something.
About accents.
Forget about the Irish. They're not part of the well, I mean Northern Ireland. They're okay. But those traitors, the American talking about traitors, people leaving England.
Well, anyways, what was I going to say? Ava Green, though, she made a point that she can do a British accent, but the American accent is very difficult for her. Did you know that? Because she's French. And I think it's difficult for a French actor, like native French.
Oh, there's a whole history between the French and the British, too, that we could really get into.
Yeah.
In fact, Marina Sirtis was... Well, I've been to a number of conventions she was at, and she was talking about that, and she tends to... You can kind of tell with Marina Sirtis before she gets up on stage whether she's had a drink or two or not. She gets a little bit more relaxed with what she says if she's had a couple drinks. And I was at a convention she was at where she had a couple, and she was kind of ripping on the French. And I know that there's that whole, French-British, yeah.
History.
And she kind of tied it into the whole Star Trek: The Next Generation storyline. And she's like, people have asked me about, you're British and Patrick is British, and he's British but he's playing a French character. And she's like, here's what I think the story goes, that in the 24th century Britain has kind of taken over France, and France is now part of England. That's just how it is, and that's why he's got a British accent. And I was talking with Netter behind the scenes about that, and I'm like, she's got something there. I could buy that. I could totally buy that, And then I was talking with Skipper Kenner and some other people, and they were like, well, the Next Generation storyline has this whole World War III and everything, the unifying of different countries. And I'm like, there you go. So the UK kind of took over France the way they should have a long time ago.
Now you're bringing it back to Henry V. I remember that play about how he loves France so much he has to have France. Remember that? That was the thing in that.
I got to say something. I love the French accent, but other than that, there's nothing about France I'm too big. Yeah, see, it kind of gets me all hot and bothered. But anything beyond that, you can keep France. I'm UK all the way.
Sorry,
Any country that produced Ava Green can't be all that bad. That's all.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That accent, the sexiness, I dig it. But when it comes right down to it, I'm an Anglophile all the way. And that's really why I wanted you, to come guest on my channel, Gray. Not that I deify the British, but yeah, I kind of do.
Now, Cheech and Chong. Hama.
Hama. Yeah, exactly.
Hama. Oh man.
But Gray, I guess you must have had a lot of affection for Japan even before you moved there. Is that right?
Yeah, let's get it back to you. We should be focusing on you, not just British culture.
No, don't worry about me. This is great. I'm loving this conversation.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? That was crazy. By the way, going back to Britain and France, Troy and Boomer, the most realistic depiction of the war between Britain and France is still Monty Python and the Holy Grail, in my opinion.
Oh, yes.
I fought in your general direction.
Your mother is an elderberry. It's fantastic.
No, your
father
smells of elderberry.
No, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Oh,
it's so crazy. It's so surreal. I love it. Oh man.
I gotta say, okay. Unfortunately, you got me off on another tangent.
Yay!
But the Monty Python, right? I love Monty Python. That was you couldn't be into Doctor Who here in the United States without being into Monty Python. Well, at least here in the Midwest, because they butted the two right up against each other. It would go Doctor Who, and if my mother was not paying attention, I'd stay up a little later and watch Monty Python.
Oh, nice.
And Monty Python, well, British television in general has this concept of the watershed that we never had here in
9 p.m.
I didn't even know about it until a show called Coupling.
Oh.
You know Coupling?
Oh yeah. Okay,
Stephen Moffat before he did Doctor Who.
Yeah.
he had this show called Coupling, and I found out, in this one little joke series that Jeff got into, talking about, late night television and, nudity on television. I was like, nudity on television? What? I thought you needed to have cable to see nudity, and
not in the old days.
But yeah, the British television had no problem with nudity if it was after like 9 p.m. or something like that.
PBS used to not have a problem with it either. They've changed. But
Well, yeah, exactly.
I Claudius was uncensored when they originally showed it over here.
Yeah, that's why Nanette became such a Patrick Stewart fan, because she got to see Patrick Stewart's butt.
I actually never saw the iClouders thing. I just knew that he was in it.
You knew he showed his butt. You wanted to get that out.
Actually, no. I knew that he was bare-chested in it.
Oh, bare-chested. Okay. Well, there you go.
But
Fair
I never
enough.
actually saw the episode that he was in.
But you had the VHS.
Yeah, but I never saw it.
Played
Just
for
saying.
Janus.
But,
Yeah, I'm not going to say what
I
happens
saw
to him.
in Star Trek, and
What was that other one that he was in? Life Force. Did you ever see Life Force?
Oh my god.
He had boobs. That was a weird.
I was
one.
in love with Mathilde
doesn't-
May, French
Yeah,
actress.
no, I dig it.
Yeah.
Doesn't say a word, but she walks around in her birthday suit for
Hey,
the whole
there you go.
movie.
Hello,
Doesn't
nice.
Patrick Stewart's head explode in that?
I think so.
Yes, it does. Yes, he
It's
does.
a bad end
Yeah.
on I Claudius as well. Like, no, he always Professor X, like, he dies three different ways. It's like, what is with Patrick Stewart always having these bad ends?
No, you're exactly right.
He doesn't die in Excalibur, one of my favorite movies, Troy and Boomer Excalibur.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it's
Doesn't
funny
die in
because
that.
that is the first place I saw him and didn't realize that was,
Yeah.
when I finally saw him in Star Trek, I had no idea
Me
that
too.
was the same actor, because he had hair in Excalibur. Yeah. So, but anyway, I have no idea where I was going. I'm now onto my
Life Force.
second pint. So
Life Force.
No, it was something before that.
Okay,
I
let's
don't
get you
remember.
back on track. So, Gray, how did you come up with the concept of your channel?
Yeah, tell us about your channel. How did that develop?
Nobody wants to
Thank
hear
you,
about
Netter.
that. Come on.
It really was the original point of the stream.
Yeah, was it? I can't remember. I just kept hearing people saying on YouTube, start your own channel. You've got a voice. Just do something if you've got a passion for it. So that's basically it. I thought I want to talk about comics. I love comics, and they seem to be kind of dying at the moment, dying off. So I wanted to, send out some love for that, and that was it. That's all it is. I like comics, and
I noticed that a lot of your recent videos are still about like very recent comics, not like so many of the channels that are going back and doing like 70s, 80s, 90s comics. You're doing the current stuff too.
I'm trying to find the diamonds in the rough at the moment. Of what's
That's fair.
coming out, so.
Might be harder than one would expect. Real quick, I want to say hi to Matthew Flynn, the Gladiator of Chaon. He's a countryman of yours. He's a young man in the UK who usually is my a foot in the door to current UK culture. We've done at least one transatlantic stream with him, and I've been on his channel a bunch of times, and it's kind of nice because not only are we separated by the ocean and that culture, but we're also separated by a generation or two. Let's just say one generation. I don't want to feel too old. So I'll get an idea. Like, I'll talk with him about Doctor Who, and it'll be not just Doctor Who, the difference between the U.S. experience and the British experience, but a different generation. Where he just came into Doctor Who with the the modern era with Tennant and so forth, whereas I
Who.
started with like Tom Baker and that era, when Tom Baker was current, but then catching up with Pertwee and Troughton and so forth, and you'd see these black and white episodes and go, what's this all about? And then I'd go to my buddy Otto and say, tell me about these earlier doctors, and I'd get the backstory to fill me in. But now I've kind of become the authority on the old doctor for the new generation in Britain sometimes, which is bizarre.
That's cool.
You know?
That's so cool.
It kind of is. It's like, I know this old stuff. Let me introduce you to William Hartnell. I share a birthday with William Hartnell. I'm not as old as he was, but January 8th, same birthday. Just a little bit of trivia. So I have a special place in my heart for him because of that. But I also share a birthday with Elvis Presley, for what that means. Shirley Bassey, David Bowie.
Oh wow!
All birthdays on January 8th. Dr. Stephen Hawking, January 8th birthdays. Just some of the celebrities I share a birthday with. So
I'm January 14th, so I'm quite close to you.
Oh, so does that make you a Capricorn too? I don't.
Yeah, I'm a Capricorn.
Not that I really know what that means, but
I'm a goat up on the mountain on my own, enjoying myself.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, and Stephen Otten, thank you so much for. And he's dropping the link for Gladiator Kaon and stuff. Please, everybody, subscribe to everybody that's in the chat because, as PJ over at Orville Nation always says, we grow together. And
oh yes.
Where are you at right now on your channel? How many subscribers, Greg?
I'm slowly
600 something,
close to 800.
You're close to 800.
780 for a while. You know.
And how long have you been doing this YouTube thing?
It was a year in end of June, so July was my year anniversary. July, so just over a year. But it's a very slow process, Troy, as I'm sure you know yourself. You gain a couple, you lose a couple. You know, but I'm just enjoying making videos. I had no idea how to edit a video before I started. Just learning as I go.
Same here.
I still don't have any idea.
Netter is very appreciative of me for helping her out with like intros and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's just because I kind of enjoy playing around with the software and stuff like that and the editing and whatnot.
Great fun.
There's actually a couple videos I've had to. Okay, so everybody who does YouTube videos is probably going to relate to this very well. Every now and again, you'll get that copyright ding, and you got to take down your video, and you got to re-edit it and whatnot. And I've got a couple videos I had to unlist, and if I'm going to get them back up, I have to bring them down, re-edit them, put them back up. Boomer, I hadn't had a chance to even tell you this, but was it last week or the week before? When I had Justice Fat Stevens on, I played that little clip from Executive. What was that? Executive Decision. Yeah. I got hit for that, so I had to take that segment out.
What?
Yeah, I had to take down the Janet from Another Planet because of the Interplanet Janet piece that I had in there.
Man,
I know. It's
they're so
fair
strict
use
these days, aren't they? It's got so strict, Troy. It's really annoying.
But it's not worth those little segments that I do. So I didn't do anything, because I was afraid if I did anything on this stream, I might offend anyone, that was accuse me of Japanese cultural appropriation or something like that. But I tend to, you saw the intro. Yeah. You saw the intro that I did. Generally I try to do something after it, like a little clip, and when I did Fat Steven, I did my intro, and then I did that little clip from Executive Decision where Steven Seagal gets blown out of the plane,
My favorite scene.
Netter's favorite scene, but I had to take it out of the video, and the same thing happened with and I haven't put it back up yet. I haven't taken the time to edit it. Mikey, Mexican Iron Man. I used his intro to his videos in as the segue for my intro. Turns out the music that he uses in it is copywritten, and I had no idea. I didn't recognize it, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to have to take that out, you know.
Yeah.
So
Any tiny snatch piece of music and they'll hit you for it. Even the smallest piece. I've got hit a few times.
Music is the
if
worst.
You're singing.
Oh, yeah. So,
really?
Yeah. So, Latino Slant, Paulie over on Latino Slant. For a long time, he was doing a karaoke stream on, was it Fridays? Or I don't remember when he was doing it. And, I think it was early in the evening, because he's California, so he's like 3 time zones separated from me. So I would go on his channel, do karaoke on his channel, and then get ready for my live stream. And he had a stream where the theme was you had to do David Bowie songs, only David Bowie songs. And we planned it out in advance where, so as not to double up, we had to say, this is the song I'd like to do in his, and we scheduled it. So I was doing Life on Mars, okay? Although I was a David Bowie fan in terms of his acting, I didn't know his music very well. So when I chose that song, I did it based on my love of the British show, Life on Mars. So I had to learn this. I had 1 week to learn the song, and I'm listening to it over and over and over and over again on a loop while I was working, 8 hours a day. And then I started practicing it like on the Wednesday so that by Friday I was ready to sing it. Honestly, folks, if you're going to do karaoke, this is what you have to do. You have to practice. You have to practice if you want to sound at all good. Come Friday, he's doing his stream and everyone's doing their karaoke. And, well, you know how karaoke sounds, right? Karaoke is karaoke. I start doing it and I assume I sound like everyone else. And it was in the middle of my stream that they took down the stream. And I get to the end of the song and he's like, we got taken down. We're trying to get back on. I'm like, what happened? He goes, I guess you were too good. You sounded like David Bowie. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that's true. And he's like, no,
that's difficult to sing because it's very high range, David Bowie. He's got a great range. I can't.
Yeah. And he's like, no, you sounded great. And I'm like, really? I guess I sounded enough like David Bowie that I hit the algorithm or whatever, their bots, and they caught it and they took it down. I'm like, Maron, that's kind of a compliment. I'm sorry, Paulie, that I got your stream taken down, but he's like, yeah, you win karaoke for the night, just whatever. Real quick, I want to say hi to my guest from last week, Pacific 414. How you doing, my friend? I saw, by the way, Age of Boomer, you were hanging out in his chat earlier because I pointed you towards him. He
got the Turtles collection.
He did a topic I knew you'd be interested in. So
yes.
So definitely we like to support our own and the community. So good on all of you.
Playing the original NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Boom was a Turtles fan. Yeah.
David Bowie, I miss him. Sharing a birthday with him.
Troy, can I just tell you a bit of a weird UK fact? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yes,
in the UK
I know this, but go ahead, tell it.
Was censored and it was changed to Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
Yes,
and they cut out all the shuriken, the nunchuck scenes because it's England. How crazy is that? They even changed the theme tune. Terrible.
Really? Oh, yikes.
Yes, no, I knew all about that. I absolutely do. In fact, here in the States, I grew up in the Chirac area, Chicago. And Chicago is known for its draconian weapons laws, which is ironic because they have one of the highest crime rates in the United States.
No way.
That might actually tell you something. But, heaven forbid we apply logic here, right? And when I was a kid, I kind of went through my ninja, phase myself. And I wanted a shuriken to wear as a medallion. And my mom was like, I'd like to get that for you, but we're going to have to work around some laws because Crook County, Illinois, it wasn't legal to own one. So we had to go I want to say to Lake County or DuPage County.
Oh, you're looking at me. I don't
We
know.
went to a military surplus store and bought it. Because we were going out of county, we didn't have to fill out any paperwork, none of that bullshit. It's my channel. I can say whatever I want. Bullshit. And I bought this shuriken that had a little hole, so I could wear it on a chain, and I wore it on a chain. She's like, but you can't take that to school. You'll get in trouble. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I didn't wear it outside of the house, basically. It was kind of fun to own this shuriken. And I took it with me one time to my martial arts class. And I said to my sensei, I said, tell me about the shuriken. What, is this? And he goes, that's mostly a product of Hollywood. I'm like, okay, it's good to know. Thank you for telling me. And he kind of got into, I know, I see. You're already like bristling at that. Really? No, that's not right. No, really. Because he's like, have you tried using it? Have you tried throwing the shuriken at like a target board or whatever? I said, no, I haven't. He goes, and he says, next week I'll bring in a target board. We'll try it. That thing does not fly straight. It does not. It is not meant to be thrown. He said, you might as well throw a handful of sawdust for as good as a shuriken. All it does is it causes somebody that's chasing you to maybe pause for a second or hold up their hands or whatever. He said, you are not going to throw it and hit someone in the head and kill them or anything like that. And he says, and all the laws about shuriken and nunchaku and all the other things that were illegal because of karate films, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. If you want to completely debunk the whole concept of the nunchaku, check out Shadiversity's videos about it, where he talks about it. He's like, it's a shit weapon. It really is. It really is.
What?
I mean, the best you could say about a shuriken, and the theory behind where the shuriken comes from, and really all the weapons of the ninja, is that they were farming implements that were used by farmers who became, warriors out of necessity because of the history and
wow, I don't know
the
history.
ninja versus the shogunate.
And the shurikens were originally for making cookies with, and you would trace around the. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's funny, but I totally dig that. I totally dig that.
Cookie cutters.
I totally
dig
dig that.
Cutters. That's what they're supposed to be.
But the idea behind the nunchaku was that they were, there's the two-pronged and the three-pronged nunchaku. The three-pronged ones correlate directly to a thrashing implement that was used by farmers to beat the rice to separate the chaff from the rice kernel or the starch or whatever. And so the theory is that that's where the nunchaku came from. Just like the kama, I suppose, had something to do with an item that was used for harvesting rice and other grains.
Just pause for a second. PJ!
Oh, is PJ? Oh, Orville Nation! So good to see you, my friend. Yeah, we were just talking about you. Almost every stream we mention you when we talk about We Grow Together. So thanks for being here, my friend. But yeah.
Troy, you said martial arts. You said martial arts. You got me really interested. What did you used to do, or what do you still do?
No. This was back when I was in high school. I took, it was I guess these days they would refer to it as a mixed martial art, but what it really was American Self-Protection, ASP. And it took elements of karate and taekwondo and, a little bit of jujitsu and applied it to real world,
Applications.
Yeah, self-defense, in the everyday
Which
sense.
can actually work, which will work, yeah.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. Cool. And what it really comes down to is what is martial arts? Martial arts is self-defense, defense and attack, right? And under modern law, it's always purely defense. You're not attacking, you're always defending. And when it becomes a matter of defense, you do whatever it takes to preserve your own life and those that you're protecting. Which could totally get me off on a Second Amendment, firearms thing, but
Stream of consciousness.
I won't go that route. What it comes down to is, I would rather, and this is you'll hear the Second Amendment supporters say this, but it comes down to any sort of self-defense. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I'd rather go to court and defend myself on self-defense law than dead. That's what it really comes down to. And I remember my sensei saying, and his name was Rick Ritaka. I don't know if he's still with us, if he's still teaching, but he used to teach these techniques and these katas and so forth. And he goes, look, I will do this for the sake of martial arts and for the belt rankings and so forth. He said, but when it comes right down to it, self-defense is whatever it takes. If you need to bite, scratch their eyes out, whatever it takes, right? So that was always in the cards. So we would do at least once per class after we practiced our katas and we did our, formal training and so forth. We would do these technical spars where we'd go through and everyone would take turns being in the middle, being attacked, And like Hollywood, we would take turns. We wouldn't all gang up on them, but as the belt ranks went up, yes, it'd be 2 and 3 that you'd have to fight off rather than just one at a time. But what was it was kind of funny in the moment, but it was a good learning lesson. He'd do a technique to take somebody down, and maybe he'd take a fake dagger away from them, and then he'd slice their throat or he'd slice their wrists or whatever. And it was funny, but he's like, you do that in real life, they're not getting back up again. And that's where I learned the whole phrase, better judged by 12 than carried by 6. He's like, maybe this is excessive. Let the jury decide that, But anyway, so I'm sorry. That was the long story of,
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. So I never got any specific training in karate or taekwondo or jujitsu. Actually, I guess there was a little taekwondo in there too, because we did do a little bit of sword training with the wooden swords. They're not wooden swords. They were these bamboo. You've probably seen them, the bamboo practice swords or whatever. But
I took taekwondo.
Netter took specifically taekwondo. We talked about that when we first started dating. What belt rank did you get to? Not that really matters.
Yellow.
You got to yellow. I was
the second belt. And then it's like I found out I was the only girl in the class, and I got a little freaked out and quit.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I received a 3rd degree red belt.
I was a freshman in high school.
And I don't know what that translates to in karate, but my instructor said if I ever wanted to go to a competition, it would equate to 3rd degree red for whatever competition I went to. I'm like, okay, I'll take your word for it. I never did any of that. I did appear in apparently a cable access, video about American self-protection. So, I'm the one that's in the background who makes the mistakes, and he'd say, "So you see, this technique didn't work because blah 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 blah." blah. I was the critique. So, anyway, so I guess I gotta ask this question, Gray. You went to Japan with this excitement about the ninja, and you call your channel Wakizashi Teahouse. Do you have any martial arts training?
I do. I'm actually doing Japanese jiu-jitsu. I've been doing it for quite a long time now, so it's really good, really, really interesting. What do you call it? Not just your body, your mind, getting your head around these movements and things, and how important center of balance is and stuff like that. You know, how to just take someone's balance. Yeah, really good, interesting. But I don't know if it would apply, if it would work in real life. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. No. I have to argue that. What would you say, Boomer?
Batman learned it.
Yeah, Batman. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I would have to argue that so much of Japanese culture translates from the martial world to the business world and to life.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you just look at Sun Tzu's The Art of War, there's a reason that Sun Tzu's The Art of War, and I know that's not, it's a very different culture, but that kind of wisdom applies to martial training as well as to business, and that whole concept of the Zen, the centering, whatever you call it these days, also applies to martial training as well as business, as any area of life. It's like get your head on straight, and then your actions, will follow. How was it Rick put it? Rick said, set your mind and your heart will follow. I love that. Although, coming to find out there's a more romantic, set your heart and your mind will follow. So, I mean, the importance is there's the yin and the yang. The two have to go in hand. Heart or body and mind and spirit. They unite. And when they're in balance, you're doing good. When they're out of balance, you're going to be like a washing machine that's off balance. It's going to shake and jitter and fall over. But so Crazy Kitty says, I treat Sun Tzu like my Bible. Sun Tzu's The Art of War has been translated into Klingon, which I also have. So
no way.
So I do too. My alternate channel is the Klingon Cleric, and although I don't have a lot of content over there yet, and I haven't really been pushing it, I definitely intend to do a video about Sun Tzu's The Art of War in Klingon, because like I said, I do have that. I actually have. Unless I've missed something recently, I have everything that has been printed in Klingon. So Gilgamesh, various works of Hamlet, what Dickens, Christmas Carol in Klingon. In fact, Klingon. Yes. Oh, yeah. Christmas Carol has been done in Klingon, and here in the Chicago area and in a couple cities in the United States, it's been done as a stage production for many years at Christmas time.
Can you read it and understand it?
Well, all of the Klingon language books are put out kind of like a linear Bible, where on the one side is the Klingon and the other side is the English.
Okay. Yeah.
So and there's a specific reason they do that, is because the real behind the scenes reason they're doing it is for people. They expect their target audience to be people that are learning this conlang, constructed language, right? So for people like me that are learning Klingon, it helps to see the literal English translation and how it's translated into Klingon, and then take some time with each page to go to your translation and say, well, why did they translate it this way? So you, as a Japanese speaker, totally get this, that translation is a tricky thing, right? Because you not only have to translate literally, but you have to translate intent, right? Idioms. Idioms are a great study for anyone learning a language, because idioms do not translate literally. You should never translate an idiom literally. So whenever somebody asks in the Klingon blogs and whatnot, how would you translate this idiom? the immediate question is, well, what are you really trying to say? Right? And there are idioms in the Klingon dictionaries and so forth that are different than English idioms. And Dr. Okrand, who created the Klingon language, was very clever because he thought, okay, this is how a Klingon thinks. These are the kind of idioms they would come up with. And if you translate them literally, they make no sense in English. But then when you start to understand the Klingon mentality, you're like, I get it, you know? So what makes sense as an idiom in English doesn't translate into Klingon and vice versa. So, you know, that's why. What constitutes cursing somebody in, you know, so if I were to say your mother has a smooth forehead, to an Englishman, that would be like, that's a very nice thing to say. She looks young.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas to say that to a Klingon means something entirely different, right? And it draws the whole history of the smooth head, bumpy head, and all that kind of stuff. So, you know. Oh, okay. So it's funny you say this, PJ, because he wants to hear me stream in Klingon with subtitles. I've actually had some people who are better versed in Klingon than I am say this. And one of these days I might actually have to do this. And this is also why I haven't done a lot on my Klingon channel, because if I go on camera and I'm going to speak in Klingon, I also need to be in makeup. And that makeup takes hours to get right. To do a 15-minute video, you know, it's a freaking incredible challenge. So unless I can get this channel to the point where it's monetized and I can, you know, kind of earn a living from doing videos, I can't justify putting that much time into, you know, video production. But no, you're absolutely right. I would love to do that. And if I was to do that, there are a couple of, actually, there's only one channel that I can think of, and I can't even remember the name of the channel. There's a dude over in Germany who does a Klingon language channel. So he speaks in like a broken German accented English and Klingon, and he teaches Klingon and stuff. It's very interesting. Yeah, besides the United States, believe it or not, Germany, for whatever reason, has the greatest Klingon speaking community. Yeah, I guess some of the pronunciations are very similar. That might be related, but there, you know, if you ever hear a story about people from other countries speaking in Klingon because it's a common language for them, I can guarantee you it's English speakers and German speakers. An English speaker doesn't speak German, but they can both speak Klingon. Yeah, that's where those stories come from. Absolutely. But do you even know what I'm talking about, Gray, when I talk about the whole Klingon language thing? Is this even on your radar?
Yeah, I'm a big Star Trek fan. Yeah, okay. Definitely, but I can't speak.
It's only because of Sir Patrick Stewart, right?
No. William Shatner, all the way, mate. William Shatner.
Nice! Oh, I've never heard a Brit say that, actually. That's good on you, mate.
TOS, the original's the best. But I love Next Generation too, and Deep Space Nine. Sorry, can't say it. Yeah.
I'll very briefly, because I'm sure you didn't see the previous stream where I talked about this. Deep Space Nine, I still haven't seen all of Deep Space Nine, and it's just unique to me in the Chirac area. Yeah. Here in Chicago, the affiliate that carried Deep Space Nine was WGN Chicago, and they were I don't remember if it was Sox or Cubs, but they were the sports ball channel. And so every week when Deep Space Nine was supposed to be on, it was preempted by the sports. And then sometimes we wouldn't get the Deep Space Nine episode, or it would come on late night Saturday. And I had no friggin' clue when it was on, so I'd miss it. And when I did catch it, it would say, catch Deep Space Nine next week at its special time, such and such, such and such. And it'd be like, it'd be a fucking special time. It was the same time 2 weeks in a row, you fucktards. Yeah, anyway, just getting off on a rant there. So, although I have them all on DVD, to this day I haven't seen all of the episodes of Deep Space Nine. And Deep Space Nine has some of the best Klingon episodes. Way of the Warrior and so forth. And I've seen those episodes. I had to in order to, get the whole Klingon culture cleric thing down. In fact, it was from the PC game Star Trek Klingon and Way of the Warrior. Poi kalish pu klod koi puch bek pu yachbo machlol yeshuvi shaimak jume u. And interestingly, I pronounce it correctly, whereas the actors not so much. They call it Paramount Hole. It's the Star Trek actors version of Klingon, which has become a dialect in and of itself because they can't correctly pronounce the Klingon Hole. But here
They did much better in, what was it, Discovery? Where they
Star Trek Discovery. Okay, for all the negative things I have to say about Star Trek, CC, when it comes to the pronunciation of the Klingon language,
that they had.
boom, spot on. Better than any Star Trek, honestly. Absolutely. Because, and the fact is, I know personally all of the people that did the coaching for that. The members of the Klingon Language Institute literally were hired by Bad Reboot or whoever it was that was behind it to train the actors, and the actors took it seriously. And what's really nice is Mary Chieffo, for example, who plays the Klingon Chancellor. Only Klingon who we've seen topless, in Star Trek. Just want to point that out. Klingon boobs. Although I'm used to Klingon boobs because I'm married to them. She's the first one we've seen on television. She takes it seriously, and when she goes to conventions, she's taken the advice of J.G. Hertzler and Robert O'Reilly and the other Klingons who have said, look, you want to be accepted by the fans, embrace the Klingons. And she really has. She's been good to the fans. So any other woke bullshit she pulls behind the scenes, I can forgive because she is good with the fans. She takes her role seriously, and she takes the Klingon language seriously. So when she goes to a convention and she quotes the Klingon, she gets the pronunciation spot on, and I respect the hell out of that. I really, really do.
So the language was good, but the look, Troy, the look of the Klingons.
Well, look, first season was bad. They did pivot second season to try to rail it back because the Klingons just rejected it outright. The Klingorks, as they said.
Klingorks,
And there's, just like there was between the movies and the original series, the whole bumpy versus smooth, there became these fan theories about why it was that were eventually canonized in the Enterprise era. How the whole smooth, bumpy thing kind of came about. Now there are fan theories about why the Discovery Klingons looked so different from the general Klingons, and I suspect there will 30 years on probably be some sort of canonization of the fan theory that in response to the smooth-headed Klingons, they continued their genetic manipulation that resulted in a pendulum effect to these elongated head,
Troy,
hyper.
we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that with outsiders, but the Klingon cleric has to for cultural reasons, right? So there's this theory that during the Discovery era, there was this genetic shift of the pendulum from smooth to, and there's this idea of multiple races of Klingons, and some with cosmetic changes and some with genetic changes, and it's not. And in fact, I think it's. I don't remember which YouTube channel it was that kind of dug into this idea that the Klingons that you see in Star Trek VI that have kind of very different. You see the Klingons in the motion picture that all had the exact same rope of bumps, which changes in Star Trek 3, which changes in Star Trek 6. And so the theory is that during the movie era, you had an attempt to do some kind of cosmetic addition of bumps, trying to move them back to it, until by the next generation they'd fix the genetic code so that you had like generational bumps back again or whatever. Yeah, I love delving into that fan theory of Klingons and so forth. But yeah, and PJ Hertzler, he's a mixed bag. He is awesome with the Klingons. He's awesome at a convention. Don't get into politics with him. Don't get into politics with any of these actors, please. This is exactly why so many fans say, please don't bring up your politics. Please. I want to continue to like you. Really. It's not your place to be talking about these things. This is why when I tell people what a big Stevie Nicks fan I am, people look at me and go, really? And I'm like, don't talk to me about her politics. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If she's ever talked about politics, I've never actually heard it. And I'm, just like people avoid spoilers, I avoid hearing anyone talking about what Stevie Nicks' politics are. Don't want to know. I love the woman. She's awesome. And I will always believe that.
Same thing with Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton is awesome because she specifically goes out of her way not to talk about politics. And she has gone on record saying, I will not talk about politics. That is not what I'm about. It's none of anybody's business what my politics are. Can't help but have a great deal of respect for anyone that says that. Now, you can speculate based on her character, and things she does say, but she'll never confirm it. She won't tell you who she votes for, and I respect the hell out of that. I will respect Dolly Parton forever. She is awesome. Honestly, I've always loved The Orville, but her episode of The Orville is my absolute favorite just because she's in it. Oh my gosh, she is awesome. Does Dolly Parton have a resonance over in UK? I don't even know.
I remember 9 to 5, the movie, as well as the song. I remember that when I was growing up. My father was a big fan of her singing. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Her music is kind of popular over there in UK too?
It was back when I was a child. So back in the 70s, 80s. Yeah, as far as I know.
That was when she was popular over here too. So I'm going to have to assume she had an international acclaim. She definitely was one of the... So... Late 70s, early 80s is what is retroactively called in the United States the rockabilly era, where country western music became kind of mainstream and kind of was like a blend between classical country music and pop rock type of music. And that's, she was classic country, but she definitely helped usher in that popular era.
Right.
I don't remember. Was it Boomer? Where did we do the rewatch of? Was it Cannonball Run that we did, or
Smokey and the Bandit?
Smokey and the Bandit. What channel did that? Was that Big Al? Okay, yeah, Big Al did a.
I'm alphabetical. I'm on B.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have done Smokey and the Bandit. Yeah.
Get toward Cannonball Run though.
Yeah, no. Smokey and the Bandit was definitely in that era, and that's when, and my dad was. I don't talk about my dad much, but he was a Southern kind of guy. He was definitely into country music. His music that he listened to was what my mom used to call the hillbilly records. He used to listen to a lot of Donna Fargo and Charlie Rich and that kind of stuff. Yeah, but I loved country music, but I hated my dad, and it wasn't until college when I was just the right time to go into university, where university was still teaching critical thinking and thinking for yourself, and not taking other people's opinions and stuff like that. Yeah, right. Now. And I came to a decision on my own that, hey, just because my dad likes the music doesn't make it bad. I can like what I like and not like what I don't like, and I can...
And you can listen to Garth Brooks.
And I can listen to Garth Brooks. Yeah. It was in university where Garth Brooks was getting really popular, and a buddy of mine in university is like, we've talked about country music. Have you heard this kid? He's new, he's up and coming, and he plays...
Papa Loves Mama.
Papa Loves Mama, which hadn't really been in big release yet. And I was like, man, this is a great tune, but... A lot of the other tunes from that album became popular before that one did. So it was like a year later when Papa Love Mama hit the charts. And I'm like, oh, I've been a fan of that one for a year now. But yeah, I came to the realization that when it came to my father, country music was okay to like. But in my marriage and my relationships, I was going to do the exact opposite of what my father did, and I would be successful. And, after 30 years of marriage, I think I made the right choice. As long as my instinct is do the opposite of what my father did, I credit that in big part to why my marriage has been successful. As well as the fact that my wife should be a saint, for not having smothered me in my sleep for 30 years. So that's, really. But... yeah, so I've always wondered, country music must have a very different. I'm guessing it must be seen as very different in other countries. I mean, here in the United States, we talk about our Americana and stuff, but there is also still that north-south separation, that east-west separation that kind of separates that country western kind of thing from the zeitgeist of other parts of the U.S. But our take on it has got to be very different than what it is in, I don't know, the U.K. and so forth. But I'll tell you, if we're going to export anything to the other countries, Dolly Parton, I think, is something worth being a representative of the U.S. Boomer, we've been kind of talking over you a lot. What do you think about that?
Dolly Parton? Yeah, I guess she's good to export. I don't know.
When I was in the Boy Scouts, in 8th grade, I know this sounds like a complete divergence, but this is related, trust me. There was an award that I was working on, the Parvuli Day. It was a Catholic religious award in the Boy Scouts. And we went and we spent a day at a Roman Catholic monastery. And one of the priests, he was a young priest. I'm not sure if he'd taken his vows yet or not, but he was responsible for taking us around on the tour, and we stopped by his quarters, and I noticed that sparse though his quarters were, if you closed his door and looked behind the door, he had a poster of Dolly Parton. And I privately asked him about that. He goes, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but I don't really talk about it too much. And
what?
Again, I was in 8th. Well, yeah, it wasn't against the rules, but he doesn't. He didn't want anyone to think that it was some sort of, anything inappropriate or anything.
I see.
And it was around that time that I don't remember what news outlet was interviewing Dolly Parton and asked her how she felt being an American sex symbol. And I don't remember all that she said, but she said she didn't really see herself as a sex symbol, although she did use her hair and her bust as, her, call sign or whatever. She didn't really think that's why people were fans of her. And growing up, going through puberty and so forth, and even as an adult looking back, Dolly Parton was always an attractive woman, but she's right. That was not really her selling thing. It wasn't her looks. It wasn't her, in quotes, sex appeal. It was her attitude, her acting, and her singing. And this is why she's just a genuine person. And that's something that only improves with time, right? Her acting improved over time. Her singing has improved over time. Her character has only become more endearing over time. Whereas, let's face it, looks fade. You know, and you can say that there's a difference between men and women. It happens to all of us, okay? We all age and we all get old and we lose. The looks of our youth is not something to build a career on. You need more substance than that. And if Dolly Parton gained any points early on from her looks, the core of who she was always her talent and her character. And there's a reason that, when she was in the Orville, that's what people focused on. And the fact that they de-aged her for the sake of the story, I didn't even notice or care about. I was like, she looks pretty good for, as old as she is. Only to find out from PJ, oh, no, that was CG. Okay, whatever, don't care, doesn't matter. Much better CG than I've seen in many Hollywood films. Certainly better than what I've seen in She-Hulk. I mean, oh my gosh, that face is Uncanny Valley, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if I'm just looking at the She-Hulk, the body, whoo, that's a nice body the She-Hulk's got. But that face is just...
the scene I sent you? The
twerking thing, I saw that before you sent it to me. That was just...
I refuse to watch it.
That is
cringe
upon cringe.
It is staring into the abyss, and it won't look back at you if you watch the twerking scene.
The hypocrisy of the modern feminism. It's like, we are not here for the male gaze. Oh, look at us twerk. It's like...
That's all.
Shut up! Exactly. I don't even want to see you twerking. That's not who She-Hulk is, for crying out. No.
It's so bad. I've not been paying attention, but I had to watch the brief.
And by the way, Wakizashi's Teahouse, link in the description. Be sure you subscribe to him. He's got a whole video talking about, about modern everything. So check him out.
All right.
Troy, not just this topic.
I got to turn in, but it was cool hanging with you too.
Get the hell out of here. We haven't let you talk anyway.
Okay. No, you're fine. Great hanging with you.
Netter will make sure that I get home safely.
That's fine. And I'll definitely check out your channel. Hope we have you on again sometime too. That'd be cool. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to do like, I honestly believe, Gray, you're going to do like all of the other guests that I've had. You're going to blow out the 1,000 and get monetized while I'm still, putzing around here at the 500, 600 mark.
Maybe one day we'll see. And Age Boomer, nice to stream with you.
Thank you.
Hi, Boomer.
Boomer, I'll get those notes to you by tomorrow evening.
Take your time,
as always.
Have a good night, you two. Good night.
Talk to you on Sunday. Bye-bye.
Good night,
chat.
And of course, as I always tell everybody, the links for everybody involved in the show in the description below. Please subscribe to Boomer if you haven't already. Subscribe to Wakizashi's Teahouse. Subscribe to Netter. And I'd be shocked if you're here and you're not subscribed to me. I mean, who else would bother coming to my channel?
What are you doing? Get subscribing right now.
Right, exactly. And if you're watching this, tomorrow, where he is, Saturday, and you're watching this, or Sunday or whatever, you gotta, if you're gonna leave a comment, you gotta go past that subscription button anyway. So hit that subscription button and give me I'll tell you what, at the level I'm at, 1 or 2 subscriptions is like a dopamine hit. I super appreciate it. Please. Troy, PJ, you ass. Troy twerking TikTok. I don't do TikTok. I will never download that app. I will never do anything on TikTok. But if you want me to do like a YouTube short twerking, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Netter doesn't want to see that. So I mean, come on.
Are you sure?
No, I'm sure. She may enjoy my butt. She doesn't need to see me twerking. That's just silliness. But
twerking just is very disturbing, and it doesn't matter who does it.
I I don't find that sexy at all. It's just,
I don't.
I mean, sure, I get it as okay. So going back to the '80s, what's her name? Elvira. whatever her name is, Elvira, she did that movie, and at the very end she does this strip tease where she's got the tassels on her boobs and she's doing the twirling on one, twirling on the other, and then she has the two tassels doing this. I'm like, man, that's skillful. Not sure how sexy it is, but man, that was really cool. So I feel the same thing about twerking. When you get twerking right, I'm like, wow, that takes a bit of skill. Not sure it's sexy, but it takes body coordination to do that, to get your flabby fat to move in certain ways and whatnot. But okay, PJ. God, I love your spirit, but it's just not happening. It's just not happening. Every time I make a push, it doesn't happen. I am, look,
Me too.
I see what the secret is. Okay. I see Maria getting monetized. I see, noob reviews getting monetized. I'm sorry. Yes, I do have boobs, but they're not the kind of boobs that people subscribe to. It's just, women do better in the subscrition
So
field.
why am I 300 behind you?
Because you don't put out enough content. That's why, at least not consistently enough. I'll tell you, it's the babes that are putting out the content on a regular basis. They get monetized, and boom, they take off. And us blokes.
I've got used to it, Troy, watching my friends, my YouTube buddies. It's like, leave me behind, leave me in the dust. It's like,
Well,
there you go.
and let me ask you this as a YouTuber, okay?
Yeah.
So I see this about you, and I respect the hell out of it. It's what I do too. I'm getting a lot of recommendations from bigger YouTubers, PJ for example, saying you need to review these Indian films that are so popular right now. They'll shoot you up to 1,000 right away, and it's like, it's not really what I'm into.
No.
I feel like it would be selling out if I were to start chasing after, bitching about Brie Larson or bitching about She-Hulk or reviewing RRR. I mean, it would be, it's chasing the algorithm, and I don't feel like that's what I really, if I'm gonna get monetized, that's not what I want to get monetized doing,
That's right. You'll get the views just for that video, just for those videos. You'll get great views, and you might get subscribers, but your normal content won't get the same kind of views. That's what I've noticed. The people that cover that. So.
This is a weird dichotomy, right? Because you get people subscribing to you. Sometimes people that never watch your channel, but they want to support you, and they follow you on social media, and it's like, oh, I'll give them a sub. I'll help them out, right? Which it does help you.
It does. Every sub
But
helps.
the reality is, I get the same dozen people, right? And if I just scroll up, I go Matthew Flynn, deleted scenes, David Pensack, Pacific 414. This Wakizashi Teahouse, he's new. He doesn't come around much. But, Skipper Kenner, whatnot. I look and I see the same names over and over again. Those are the family. Those are the family, right? They follow me because they're messed up in the head and they like what I do. I mean, that's just I don't.
Good. That's good numbers, Troy. I don't even get double figures in my live streams. I'm very, very lucky if I get 10 people.
Yeah.
Seriously, but I don't mind. I just enjoy it.
And I dig that. And I gotta wonder, like, I'll follow, like, I wonder if I should say names. Why not? They're too big to care. So, like, Midnight's Edge and Doomcock and Gary from Nerdrotic and so forth. They're individual videos that they put out, okay, that are on a specific topic. Interesting. Sometimes only interesting for, Midnight's Edge's videos are spot on. I can watch a whole Midnight's Edge video and feel like I got a good topic and be well informed. When I watch the other guys, I feel like you watch the first half of it, you've got the main point, and then the rest of it is just filler.
I hear you.
I tune out.
Same path, the same route.
Yeah. But then you go to the live streams, and the live streams are just schlock. It's just, look, Doomcock, I love what he does, and I love the fact that he enjoys himself, but I don't really want to go and listen to him doing, impersonations and singing. You know, I mean,
he's a performer, isn't he? He
is, and he's great. He's great.
Yeah, he's very good.
But
I don't
listen
know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and I reflect it. I don't know if everyone does this, but I reflect this in who I, not only who I subscribe to, but especially who I spend money on. You know, I will be a member of, you know, Latino Slant and so forth. But if I ever, you know, was like, I don't like what he's doing anymore, I'd stop following him. You know, and I'd stop, you know, spending the money, and I would expect that people would do the same with me. If I ever got monetized and had, you know, memberships and stuff like that, I would expect that if you are supporting me, you're doing it because you like what I do. You're, you know, I figure someone like Deleted Scenes. Deleted Scenes would probably, if I was monetized, probably subscribe to me. He'd probably, you know, because he's here every damn week. Not only that, I feel like without supporting me monetarily, he's working for free as a blue wrench the way he works. He deserves to be paid. If I was incorporated, I would have to hire him, you know? I mean, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That's what I feel is well-earned subscriptions or financing or whatever. And that's all I want. I don't want somebody, you know, supporting me out of pity or something. You know what I mean? Does that make sense to you? I think you get what I'm saying. I think you get what I'm saying. And especially when sometimes the same people saying, well, you should do this and you should cover that and you should look at this, are the same people saying, you know what, it'll come as long as you enjoy what you're doing and you don't focus on the numbers, you focus on enjoying yourself. Well, fine. That's what I'm going to do. Because honestly, if it becomes work, I'm going to stop doing it. It's as long as I'm enjoying it, enjoy hanging out with this dozen people, that I'm going to keep doing it. As soon as it becomes work, I'm going to stop doing it. Don't do this to me, PJ. I mean, you guys, I mean, Ryan, I don't know what he wants to be called. Ryan Roger Athe. You know, he's like, he makes these prognostications. I suspect by the end of the year, he'll be at this and then this and who knows. It's like, don't put that pressure on me, because then when it doesn't happen, I get, you know, discouraged. I'm not even gonna.
Julia says, are you offering? Do I get a dental plan?
Dude, for F's sake, if I could get monetized and make the kind of money that some of these channels make, I probably would. I would go full on business, incorporate, you'd see me paralleling, what's his name? Jeremy Boring and the Daily Wire. I'd go that route. That's what I want to. That's what I would love to do. If I could incorporate, make this financially viable, and hire my friends and give you, a living wage. Yeah, I'd be all for that. That would be totally. When Netter and I talk about, our sign off, and we say that you guys are family, we really frickin' mean it. And I'm not joking. Well, I'm kind of joking, but it's actually the truth when I say that I'm closer with some of you all on the internet than I am with real world family, So to call you guys family, super appreciate it. The opinions are unlimited. Aloha, everyone. Aloha. Are you actually reaching out to us from Hawaii, Richard? I have to wonder that when I see Aloha.
Is that the Richard from the Robert Meyer Burnett? He used to.
Well, I have to assume it is the Richard, since he is named
Hope you're good,
the
man. Hope
Richard.
You're Genki.
But every time I see a new voice in here, it's like. I super appreciate it, but I assume you're here for the guest and not for me.
No. Sorry, Troy, I didn't manage to bring anybody over, I don't think. We had Zax, didn't we, briefly, and that was about it.
But Zax is in and out kind of...
Zax is awesome. He's everywhere.
He's awesome, yeah.
He's got
and I think I end up inadvertently... Oh! the Richard is in Hawaii, so he's
great to see you.
He's technically a countryman. He's here in the U.S., but he is that very edge of the U.S. out in the Pacific. It's almost entirely another country, even though he is, here in the U.S. Hey mates, I'm here for you. Super appreciate it. I hope to see you more often, man. It's great to see you. So let me do a little maths here. So you are so it's coming up on midnight here, so that means it must be I want to say 8 p.m. where you're at, Richard. I don't know. I have no idea how many time zones removed you are. Yeah, so you missed early at the beginning for whatever reason. Gray and I got to talking about U.S. firearms law. That would be a great conversation for you and I to have, because the way things are between Florida, Chicago, and Hawaii, we may as well be in completely different countries as far as the local laws, even though we're under the same constitution. It's a crazy mixed up United States these days. My grandmother used to say, I don't understand this world anymore. She says she used to, and it sounded sardonic to me, and I guess it was. She's like, I'm glad I'm not going to be here much longer, because I don't understand this world anymore. And at 50 years of age, I'm starting to understand my grandmother and looking at this world going, I have more years behind me than I have ahead of me. And I got to be honest, I'm kind of glad at this point. The Highlander who wants to live forever, sure as hell don't when I see the way the world is going these days. Man, how is it that Hawaii shows up and I start talking this way? I don't know. You got me on gun laws again.
What's happened, Troy? What's happened?
I know.
Gone very, what do you call it?
Which is ironic, because as draconian as the Hawaii gun laws have been, under Bruin, even they are starting to turn around. So that should be a white pill for me. That should be a sign of hope, right? Hawaii has issues, though. That's not for me to say. No, I would love to hear it, because you're there. You can speak to it in ways that me in the Midwest, I have no business, but that could be a good conversation for another stream. I hope to see you around more often. Come in and share a drink with us on Friday nights, and tell us what you're sipping on. Gosh, I forget to say that throughout the stream. I want to know, those of you that came in since the beginning of the stream, what are you sipping on? I'm sipping on the Kraken, and Wakizashi's Teahouse has switched to tea.
Switched to tea. I was on a premium malt before. It was delicious, but it's gone.
There you go. But Netter's drinking water, because she's become my designated driver since Age of Boomers stepped out, and I'm wondering what you're sipping on a Friday night in Hawaii. Is it something with a coconut rum, or is it something with pineapples, or is it just Coca-Cola, or something like that? That's fine too. But so at the beginning, I alluded to this, and I meant to ask you, Gray, sake, do you drink it?
I do sometimes. I'm not the biggest fan of sake. Got to be in the right mood. I prefer it in the winter when it's heated, warm sake. That can be nice.
I've only ever had it heated.
Okay.
So I mentioned my birthday being January 8th, sharing it with David Bowie and Elvis and all of them. When Netter and I were dating, we happened to be dating during my 21st birthday, which, locally is when it was legal to drink. So she took me out to Benihana.
My favorite restaurant.
Yep. And so I growing up, I lived in the suburbs of Chicago. She lived in Chicago proper. So I went into the city to visit her. And to celebrate my birthday, she took me to Benihana. We had the stir fry and the whole show that they do at the table. The grill that is your table and so forth. And she got me sake, which sitting right there on the grill is heated because January cold,
And Sapporo.
and Sapporo beer.
Oh yeah.
She referred to it as a Japanese Boilermaker. Boilermaker, beer and whiskey dropped together is a hiccup. Is a Boilermaker, where sake and Sapporo. She made that analogy, and I drank a whole phial of sake and like half a bottle of Sapporo, and this was the first time it wasn't the first time I'd ever had alcohol, but it was the first time I'd had a quantity to get drunk, and I was ripped. I was just freaking pissed. And it was the first time I'd ever been like this, and I was like, excuse me, I gotta go to the bathroom. And I literally got up and I heel-toed it all the way to the bathroom, and everyone at the table, because at Benihana you're sitting with the people you're with and like other people that are just sitting at the table with you, and everyone's laughing, and it was just hysterical, and this was like walking distance from your place, right? It wasn't.
We took a cab.
Oh, did we take a cab? Yeah, so we took a cab back to her place, which was where I was parked, and I'm like, I can't drive home. I can't. So I had to call my mom and say, look, I'm ripped. I can't come home. I'll be home in the morning. I'm fine. I'm staying overnight at my girlfriend's, whatever. Went back to her place, and she wanted to toast with a glass of wine. So when you're drunk, you tend to drink more. You don't think. So I took the glass of wine. Cheers! And look, the whole glass of wine. And she's like, and she just took a sip, and she's like, you want mine? I drank hers too. And she's like, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't know. And I couldn't even heel-toe it to the bathroom. I literally crawled on hands and knees to the bathroom. I did not get sick, but I couldn't walk. So I crawled to the bathroom, went to the bathroom.
And then fell asleep in my bed.
We got into bed, and I rolled over to kiss her, and I'm like, nope, can't do that. I'll be sick. So she just kissed me on the forehead. I went to sleep. I don't remember anything after that. I'm foggy on the morning waking up too. That was my indoctrination into alcohol.
It's the sake effect, Troy. It's dangerous. I can't remember what the rule is, but one of them is like the heated one. Maybe it gets you in the legs, and then the other one gets you in the head. So you think you're okay drinking sake, and then you try, you get up, you try and walk. It's like, oh my god, my legs are gone.
I will say this about warm sake. It is, it's yummy. Warm, so it goes down smooth. It goes down really smooth. Yeah. And that's the danger. Anything that goes down smooth, you're going to overdrink, right? That's why the Kraken, everybody laughs. Uh-oh, he's releasing the Kraken. And I do overdrink on rum because rum is sweet, and I usually mix it with a diet soda, so it's sweet, and sweet drinks go down real smooth and easy, and you tend to get really, really ripped.
That's why I usually pour drinks for him.
That's why Netter usually What kind
of measure do you use? That's the question.
2 fingers.
How much rum?
She does 2 fingers, and her fingers are much smaller than
half.
Mine. Yeah, her fingers are much smaller than mine. But you noticed this is my second pint. So I'm halfway through my second pint, and we are. Oh man, we're coming up on 3 hours here. So wow. I've been well paced. So I've been tipsy through the whole stream, but I'm not ripped, because that's the other thing about alcohol. It's a diuretic, so you got to go pee, and I don't want to have to go pee in the middle of a stream, so I got to pace myself, right?
Tell them about the Jello shots.
So Netter and I were dating. So this is after the Benihana thing, and I was attending university at the time, and I was going to do I was majoring in psychology, so I was doing behavioral science and so forth, and I was doing a study on alcohol culture or bar culture or whatever you'd want to call it. So my intent was to go and do some observations on a date with Netter, of other people drinking when I was staying stone cold sober. I had not intended to have any alcohol that night. We went to whatever the pub was that she and her friend used to enjoy. I think it was Jukebox Saturday Night, which was like a 50s styled, sock hop type of joint. And the gal was coming around with Jello shots. Did not realize these were alcoholic. I thought they were just Jello, and I thought it was really expensive for what it was. But they kept buying me Jello shots. Taking these Jello shots, and somewhere in the middle of the night, the middle of our time there, her friend, we were talking, and I was explaining what I was doing there, and she's like, "So you were planning to stay sober all night?" Yeah. Otherwise I can't be objective. She goes, "What about the Jello shots? What about the Jello shots?" Those are, concentrated alcohol. I'm like, "Say what again?" And I swear, I did not even feel it at that point. I got up to go to the bathroom, and it's like it all hits you at once. And that's how Jello shots work, because it's suspended in gelatin. And it's not until it, all, dissolves in your stomach and then you absorb it. It all literally hits you at once. And I swear, like 3 or 4 shots all literally hit me at once. And I sat right back down again. I'm like, oh, I'm drunk. I mean, I literally went from sober to balls to wall drunk. I mean, I was like, holy crap. I'm like, okay, this totally invalidates anything I was planning for the night. Yeah. Netter wanted me to tell that story, so I told the story. But, I mean, so is I understand alcohol culture here in the United States. I understand alcohol culture in Britain. Is it different in the UK? I imagine it would be.
The problem we had in the UK was the opening or the closing hours were always really early. This is back in the past. Like the pub would close at 10:30, like last orders. So you're like, oh no. So people would drink.
Last call was at 10:30 in the UK.
People would drink a lot. The last half an
2
hour.
2 a.m. here in the States, almost universally.
Everyone would pour out on the street at the same time. Kind of a little bit pissed off because you still want to drink more, and that's why so many fights would start.
Okay, wait, great. I'm kind of getting this. Tell me if what I'm imagining is correct. So I'm guessing that on a Friday night, if you are working in an office or something in the UK, you get out at, 5 o'clock or whatever, you go to the pub, start drinking, and you drink from 5 to 10.
Yeah.
And now you're pissed, and now you're going home. Is that
about
the size of it?
Used to be. I'm not sure. It has changed, I think.
That makes sense to me. Okay, now I suddenly get it. Okay.
Matthew's talking about it in the chat. We go to the pub, we play darts and watch football. Soccer.
Okay, so yeah. Now this is something I understand as an American that's different. The bars here and the pubs in the UK I get are very, very different. Surprisingly, the reason I know this is because of a World War II American military video filmed by Burgess Meredith about, folks, when you're serving overseas and you're in the UK, culture is very different over in the UK. So, be on your best behavior and represent the US well. Don't be the ugly American. And one of the things he was pointing out is the difference between pub culture and bar culture. And he goes, the pub is very, very different. The pub is almost, I guess you'd call it family friendly, and the ladies are ladies and you have families there having dinner. It's not like a bar in the United States, so don't act like you would at a bar in the UK. And I don't know how well that translates from 1940s to 1980s to 2000, but I'm sure there's probably some correlation there. But interestingly, what Matthew Flynn describes is very similar to the sports bar concept that we have here in the United States.
Oh, okay.
Where if you were in the States and someone said, "Hey, let's go to a sports bar," you in your mind could hear pub. Okay, it's very similar. It's a place to go and get hot wings and take your wife, even your kids, have dinner, maybe order a beer and watch a sports ball game. You know, whereas your regular bar, you're going there to sit with a bunch of workaday people and get yourself sloshed and use foul language and maybe start a fight. I mean that's that's right.
Where are you going? I'm going to start a fight.
I'm going to start a fight. Yeah, exactly. Wakizashi's Teahouse, 2 a.m. in clubs, then and after the clubs, then and after and after. At least that's my memory of London. Yeah. I mean,
clubs are different. Yeah, clubs do have late licensing laws, and they're open till late. So.
Yeah, and clubs here. So it's funny because the terminology is used so differently. Here, a club is like a bar, but it's really, yes, you're going there to drink and get drunk, but you're going there to dance to loud music and to party. So that's the difference. Honestly, Netter, we actually never have gone to a club together, have we? I've never been to a club that I can remember.
I have. They weren't all that.
Yeah, you went to clubs before we met, but damn, it's difficult to date and go to a club because you can't have any kind of conversation.
Oh, yeah, the music is loud.
So loud, you got to yell and you're not hearing each other.
Yeah.
Most of the music, I had no idea what it was. All you're just hearing is thump, 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 thump.
That's why Nanette and I went to karaoke bars, because you enjoy the music and and then in between and even during some of the songs you could talk and hear each other and have a conversation. But yeah, very, very different, very different cultures. And I'm sure that's exactly why, not being aware of these things, I think when people go to other countries, this is why they have the culture shock. It's because they expect, I don't know, there's this expectation that you expect everything to be exactly the same as it is in your country. And it's like, well, then why did you go to the other country? You should go expecting things to be different and then be surprised when things are the same, I mean, yes, UK and the US, we technically share the same language, but if you folk hadn't forgotten to copyright your language, we'd be paying you astronomical amounts in royalties every year. I'm sorry, I stole that one from John Cleese. It's right. Oh,
you got to steal from the best.
John Cleese is the best. He is
Genius.
He is awesome. He is sharp. He is one of the, if there's going to be an example of for the UK, a representative, it needs to be him. He is sharp as a whip, intelligent, funny, and totally capable of goofy, scatological type of humor. He is not so up in his own arse that he can't make a base joke. I mean, I love that about him. Let me tell you something. When he did the, gosh, I got to try not to start crying on camera again. When he did the eulogy for Graham Chapman, and he did his little bit about the first person to say fuck during a eulogy. I was laughing at the same time I was crying. It was the most amazing thing. He is a genius, and I want everyone, US, UK, Australia, wherever you are, appreciate John Cleese while he's alive, please, because he is an international treasure. And although I'll rip on people talking about politics, hearing him talk about politics, he and I may not agree on many things, but the things that we agree on, we are absolutely simpatico. He is a sharp guy that I respect the hell out of. Just saying. And those of you that have never, those of you that are younger that don't know about Monty Python, go check it out. If you struggle with it, because about half of their humor is like 1970s British political humor that is very easy to fly over the head of American audiences and younger British audiences, that's fine, because so much of what they do is just nonsensical. You don't have to understand it to laugh at it. The Ministry of Silly Walks and the spam and all of that kind of stuff. Just those guys were frickin' geniuses. They really were. And I just thank God that we still have John Cleese and Eric Idle with us. And when they go, I will cry. That's all I can say. But I don't even have, and if this is too personal a question, Gray, please just tell me, but I'm kind of wondering, where are you on the age range so that I kind of know where you're falling on those kinds of cultural things?
I was born in 73, so I'm going to be 50 next year.
You are almost exactly the same. Yeah, I was born 71, so we're really close. We've chewed some of the same temporal ground, that's for sure.
Yeah.
While you were growing up in the UK, I was growing up in the US. So, I mean, nice. Damn, you look good for your age. I mean, if I had hair, it would all be white. So, I mean, you're doing good, my friend.
It's all prosthetic. It's all filters, Japanese technology.
Do you augment at all?
I have, for the first time in my life this summer, this holiday. Yeah, I let my daughter do it. She dyed my hair. So,
nice. So
yeah,
you went straight on dyeing. So for a while there,
gray here, very white here.
Yeah, so for a while I tried doing the fighting it with the Grecian formula, the whole heavy metals, kind of thing that turns your hair black or whatever. And I got to be honest with you, wasn't pleased with the effect. It required too much effort, wasn't worth it. And Netter said,
I'll be right back. There's someone at the door.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just keep talking for the audience. And Netter had said, well, do you want me to dye it for you? And I thought about it. But it was right around that time when Netter and I went to a sandwich shop that had CCTV, and the camera was, up and behind. So you could see yourself coming into the store on the television, and I saw this big bald spot in the back of my head. And I said to Netter, am I going bald? She's like, yeah, you didn't know? I'm like, no, I had no flipping clue, because I don't see the back of my head. So I was like, damn it. If I'm going bald, why should I bother? I'm not going to bother shaving, or I'm not going to bother dyeing my hair if I'm going to do a comb over. And Netter said, I wouldn't let you do a comb over. I said, screw it. I said, I'm not doing it. And so the first,
his barber, so I wouldn't let him
she was also my barber. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, why bother? And that's when I decided to start shaving my head. I kind of was inspired by Bruce Willis, because Bruce Willis and I, when I was younger, he and I looked a lot alike. And I was like, when he went bald, it was because he was getting that widow's peak and the hairline was receding. And I was like, yep, if I ever start going bald, I'll definitely do that. And once I realized I was going bald, I'm like, screw it, I'm doing it. And I said to Netter, I'm doing this. Are you okay with this? She goes, why are you asking me? I'm like, because you're the one that has to look at it. She goes, okay, if you want to do it, do it. And I shaved my head, and I haven't looked back. And the only time I ever have hair on I kind of technically have some hair because I got lazy and I haven't shaved in a while. But by and large, I'm bald, So I just, and I'll tell you what, for a Klingon, that makes it a lot easier. Because, those Klingon prosthetics glue straight to your head as opposed to gluing it down here and then having it sit on top of your hair here. That's just rife with sweat accumulation inside the prosthetic, let me tell you. Those days were terrible because what would happen is I would have this prosthetic sitting on top of my head like this. And all of this would be from my brow up to here was just filled with sweat. And then if you just did this, you'd have sweat just pour out of, you know, some little
streams.
It was disgusting. But the way it is now, it all sits flush, and it will stay all night, no problem. You know, I mean, if I wanted to be truly disgusting about it, I could go to a convention and wear that prosthetic all weekend and probably be okay. But no, yeah. I won't do that. But yeah, so for those of you that are non-actors who don't have professionals to apply your makeup at the beginning, at the end of a shoot, that's what we had to deal with, all the same things you did, and then some. It's funny because I've had those conversations with like Michael Dorn and some of the other actors who are like, "Man, your makeup looks good. Who does it?" Me. You do your own makeup? Yep. And I had a great conversation with J.G. Hertzler about it. And he would talk about how even to this day when he goes to conventions and he gets into makeup, he has other people do his makeup for him. In fact, I know the guy that does his makeup. He's the guy that I buy foreheads from. And
that sounds so crazy, Troy.
I know, yeah.
Buy foreheads from, you know.
yeah, exactly. And he was saying, he's like, I could never do that. I'm like, you know, I said, look at the stories you've just told me, and I've heard the same stories from Michael Dorn, how the makeup has changed over the seasons to make it easier for them to get into. We've already, as fans, figured that out well into, like, beyond where you guys are, because we have maybe 1 hour to get our makeup on, get out to the convention floor, spend the whole day on the convention floor, and then go take it off to go to bed. That's sometimes after, you know, hours of drinking and, you know, so we totally get it. And he's like, and you're so good at it. I'm like, because I don't just sit in a chair and get it done. I kind of have to. I mean, to some extent I do, because Netter and I will help each other with our makeup and stuff. But, you know, you got to know what you're doing. And it's part of the, what would you call it? It's part of the enjoyment of the fandom. It's very different from being an actor doing it as a job, you know, and having it done to you and whatnot. And that's the thing that Michael Dorn never really got. He's like, I don't understand you people doing it for fun. I always hated it. I just hated it. And I'm like, well, don't get us wrong. We don't enjoy it. I mean, that's why, you know, we're so thankful that the Klingons have that whole original series smooth head thing, because on Friday night and all day Saturday, we have these bumps with extensive makeup. Sunday, we're fully fucking over it. And we call it, you know, TOS Sundays, where we put on the black turtleneck and the gold lame and no makeup, and we just go to the convention floor because we're fucking over it by the end of the weekend. So totally get that thing. But I guess in a way I've always drawn the comparison between Star Trek and Doctor Who. I felt like Star Trek was the American and Doctor Who was the British, and we kind of exchanged. Do you think that's apt? Do you think I have the right of it?
Yeah, definitely. I reckon TOS, Star Trek, had a bigger budget. That was what Doctor Who was famous for, wasn't it, in the old days? You know, like really, really low budgets, but they made the best of what they had.
I'm not so sure that's entirely true. I think that TOS had, because we're talking, well, both shows were 60s. Mm-hmm. But TOS had a TV budget which was low by comparison to what we think of today. And look at some of those episodes. Look at Spectre of the Gun, right? Where they made use of Western sets for a sci-fi storyline, and the only thing was that they allowed you to see that it was a set because it was germane to the story. It wasn't a fully fleshed out world, so it was okay. But you came to realize that a lot of these sets that they used were the same. Like there was a scene, Sitting on the Edge of Forever.
Ooh,
that
classic.
Street scene that they walked down, that was Maybury from Andy Griffith. Same barbershop is seen in both. Floyd's barbershop from Andy Griffith. They walk past Edith Keeler and Kirk walk past it. So, I mean, and I think some audiences at the time caught that, recognized that. If I'm not mistaken, that was the same backlot, although the actual sets didn't show up, as the house that the Munsters was filmed at. So, I mean, when you start to realize these are all sets, not actual locales, they were very clever with what they had to work with back then. But and I've had this conversation with several different audiences. Television, and this was true in UK and the US, television was seen as, at least in the beginning, just a translation of studio or theatrical presentations filmed and beamed to, your living room. So a lot of times it was like you were watching a stage performance. A lot of these sitcoms, and you saw it in the sitcoms too, where they'd be in the living room and then you literally go through the wall as they went into the kitchen. It was like you were sitting in the live studio audience, watching a stage production. You got what you were seeing. You weren't immersed as though you were in somebody's house any more than you would be if you were in a theater watching, a stage play. And I think that there was this mentality with, even up through the 60s, most television shows, even when you were watching Doctor Who, or you were watching Star Trek, or the what's his name, Adam West Batman, you knew you were watching a TV show. You knew these were sets, and that was okay. Whereas the modern audiences, I feel, have become kind of spoiled, and you want such immersion, you want to forget that they're on a set, or that they're in front of a green screen, or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? So I think I think that it's very marginal. Star Trek versus Doctor Who. Doctor Who totally was embracing it, especially because one of the things that Britain had with their television that we never really saw and people will notice this when they watch old British shows versus old American shows, is the difference between video and film. Here in the US, we either recorded the whole show on video or we recorded the whole show on film. Whereas Britain, anything in the studio was done on video, and anything on location was film. I'm sure there's a reason for that. I don't know what it was, but you can very easily see it when you watch a Monty Python sketch. When you see them in the studio, it's very crisp and clear, and then, then Ministry of Silly Walks. He gets up and he leaves the studio and he walks outside, and suddenly the grain is completely different because it's film, because it's outside. And somehow that outside look was different in Britain, as though, Britain had a different inside and outside than the Americans did. But it was the difference between film and video. And I've come to understand that. And I don't know. It's a cool, weird quirk. Here in the U.S., I didn't know this until very recently. They called that effect the soap opera effect, because here in the United States, most everything was filmed on film except daily soap operas, which were filmed live on video. So they had that crisp clearness that video has. And I think that was an artifact of the fact that it was done on 5 days a week, as opposed to a once a week. You could spend a whole week filming it, editing it, and then release it on, the day that you release it. That's my impression. Someone else who knows more about the industry might be able to share that with me, but mahalo for calling me sweetie. I appreciate it. Have a great night, y'all. I'll tell you what, Richard. Yeah, Netter is like that. She calls everyone sweetie because if you were here, she would literally give you a hug. I love that about her.
I love hugs.
So Matthew from Lynn, your countryman, says, Wakizashi Teahouse, I was wondering if you had a wife before or after going to Japan. I don't think he was here when you told that snippet of story, if you want to cover that again.
Oh, yeah, sure. Briefly, Matthew, thanks for the question. I met my wife in Australia when I was doing a working holiday there, and we got married a couple of years later in the UK. We used to live in the UK for about a year and a half, had our daughter in the UK, and then we moved over to Japan the end of, when was it? 2002. So it's going to be 20 years in December, Troy. This year, 20 years in Japan for me.
Congratulations.
Can't believe it.
So your wife was born a Japanese national. You met in Australia.
Yeah.
Moved to the UK for a while. How long were you in the UK?
She came over, so we got married in 2000.
Actually, I guess I should rephrase that. How long were you in Britain?
Oh yeah, in Britain for a year and a half together, and then we moved over to Japan together. So yeah.
Okay, so
and I'm glad I would never go back to the UK, Troy. I'm so glad I'm here. It's just I tell you what, my heart goes out to the Brits right now. It's a challenging time over there. My heart goes out to the Canadians. Yeah,
a YouTuber a Canadian YouTuber that I admire a great deal, Viva Fry. He recently, I'm going to say he moved to Florida. He's claiming it's temporary, but I think it's going to become permanent because things got pretty bad in Canada, as we sometimes say.
Oh, no.
But I'll tell you what, I'm not in a position to talk too much because I live in Chirac, and if I can get my money together, I'm going to move down by Boomer, or I'm going to move down to Texas because...
we are not moving to Florida.
Okay, we'll move to Texas.
Everything bad happens in Florida.
Well, I don't know. Things have gotten much, 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 much better in.
Let's put it this way: every time we've gone to Florida, something bad has happened.
Yeah. Followers of my channel know that we had a. Have you ever seen the Tom Hanks film The Terminal?
Yeah.
Okay. We had an experience very similar to that. If you were to take The Terminal and combine it with Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, we had an experience like that when we tried to go to a destination wedding in the Dominican Republic, and we had to fly through Florida, and it was a whole nightmare. And I may have to do
bad experience.
It was a horrible experience.
Oh,
we missed. It was flights that were delayed, causing us to miss the ships that got us. We had to fly to the Dominican Republic to try and take a cab across the island to try to get to the boat, which we missed. And then we were like, "Fuck it," and we just went home.
But we were held up by our cab driver.
We were held up by our cab driver, like literally, like, I will not take you home unless you give me $200 kind of a situation. Wow. And then got back to Florida and kissed the ground, and we were trying to get a flight back to Chicago and had to deal with the airline, and it was just a horrible nightmare. And yeah, after watching The Terminal and every year watching the Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, I'm like, this is what we lived through. Yes. This was
true.
We spent a night in the Dominican Republic sleeping on like benches, sitting up
in the airport. airport.
In the airport
Oh my
overnight, freezing to death, waiting to get a flight to go home, because in the Dominican Republic they close all night and they operate during business hours, unlike international airports here that operate round the clock. I mean, it's just
like all the counters were closed. But
yeah,
the airport
there was no one to talk to,
open.
and we just, oh my gosh, it was a night, and there was no hotel to go. It's like, oh madonna me, you know. So yeah, so that's that's that story.
Wow.
But so I'm not sure what the context here is, but Crizzy Kitty says ice cream time. Let me tell you, ice cream is like chocolate. I mean, ice cream is like chocolate. Ice cream is like sex. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. You know? But anyway, yeah. So Viva Fry's moved to Florida, and I think he's going to be staying here. It's gotten pretty bad. And so you like it in Japan. It's a good experience. How so I guess I got to ask, for both you and your wife, which is two very different experiences, language. You know, how are you doing? You speak in Japanese, her speaking English. How does that go? How does that work?
She's really good at English, so it makes it easier for me. Yeah, she speaks English very well.
You speak a lot of English in the home?
Yeah, that's the main language. And my job
that's
is
very...
teaching English, so I teach English during the day. I speak English at night, so my Japanese is terrible.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous. I thought you were going to start ripping on me about my pronunciation of Japanese.
No, it was good.
Okay. No, because I take that stuff seriously. I do my research, and because anyone who has studied a language, anyone who hasn't learned a language doesn't know this. But if you study a language, I've studied Spanish for many years, and then of course the Klingon, and actually in between I audited an Italian class because Italian heritage. I figured I should try to learn some Italian. I audited a class at university only to be really glad I didn't take it for credit, because I would have failed. It's too similar to Spanish. It messed me up in the head. I was just lost. What would have been good is if I'd studied Latin and then started studying Latin languages, you know, Spanish, Italian, French, so forth. That would have been a great base for me. But I didn't go about it that way. If I had life to do over, that's how I'd go about it. I know a spattering of Latin, having grown up Catholic. You kind of... I'm just old enough that Latin was leaving the church and English was becoming the mainstream. But Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, you know, so in the 80s when Kyrie was a big popular song, I'm like... I got that reference, you know, and most of my friends didn't understand it. I'm like, it's a religious song. Really? Yes. Yes.
I thought that was a girl's name.
That's what a lot of non-Latin speakers thought.
I thought her name was Carrie Eleison.
Kyrie eleison, down the road that I must travel. Lord be with me. Down the road that I must travel. That's, you know, loose in translation of what it means.
I didn't know that either.
Kyrie, Lord be with me. Christe eleison, Christ be with me. Kyrie eleison, Lord be with me. Yeah, that's what that means. And most people did not get that. That only old Catholics got that. My mother understood it. I only understood it because the hymnals still had the Latin written in it. So I picked it up by kind of an osmosis. When my grandfather, I was an altar boy. And when my grandfather died, my mother asked if I would, you know, be the altar boy at the service. And the priest, before the service, said, "Are you up for this, son?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can do this." He says, "Are you sure? Because this is going to be tough." I said, "I can do it." And I got through the whole service. You know, lighting the candles, ringing the bells, the whole Catholic thing, and then lost it afterwards. I was just inconsolable afterwards. But my mother had asked the priest. She says, "Do you know anyone that could do the service in Latin?" My father was an altar boy when the masses were in Latin, and he's like, He's like, I don't. He says, I don't know anybody who knows enough Latin to do the service in Latin anymore. He's like, I'm really sorry. She said, that's okay. I knew it was a long shot, but I had to try. And, but yeah, for years, I just picked up the Latin through osmosis, through reading. And I think my pronunciation was purely off. You know, I've picked up better pronunciation from, and bringing this back to what got me on this topic in the first place. I've been following some YouTubers that do language discussions and whatnot, so I've picked up proper pronunciations of these kinds of things. But there's 3 areas, at least in the United States, I don't know outside the United States, that Latin is important, and that's in religious scholarship. You know, not so much modern religion, but, you know, people that study religion, Catholicism and so forth, the legal field and the medical field. And it's all very different, vocabulary. You know, a lawyer wouldn't understand the Latin spoken by a doctor and vice versa. But I have a buddy who, he's an attorney. He's my attorney, but he also happens to be a good friend of mine from uni. And I was over at his house for a Dungeons and Dragons game one night, and he has a plaque up. And I read it, and I started laughing. He's like, "Oh, you understand Latin?" I said, "Yep." It says, "If you can understand this, you're overeducated." In Latin.
Nice plaque.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Spanish, I can get by with. Italian, I get lost. It's enough like Spanish that I pick up some of it, but not enough of it. But Klingon, I'm getting pretty good at. Klingon, I'm not conversant, but my pronunciation's pretty good. And if I'm going to say anything, I want to take the time to get my pronunciation correctly. So that's why, literally before the show, I hit a couple YouTube videos to make sure I knew I was saying konnichiwa right, you know, at least close enough. I mean, I guess I'm sure that a native speaker would catch the accent, but do you get that a lot? Do you get Japanese native speakers kind of commenting on your accent?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, I think my accent's terrible. So my wife's grandmother, she used to be funny. Like I'd try and talk to her in Japanese, and she'd say to my wife, "Why is he speaking English to me? You know, I can't understand him." But I'm like, "No, I'm trying to speak Japanese." So that's how bad it is.
That's brutal. Oh, that's brutal. You know, but I think whatever language it is, you've got to have a respect for someone who's trying to speak your language to speak to you.
Definitely.
It's like meeting people where they are. I think that's, you know, there is, and this is where I feel the ugly American comes from, right? This idea that wherever we go, you need to speak English because I'm American. You need to speak my language. And that's just bull. You know, if I go to another country, I need to respect them, their cultures, their language, certainly their laws. Unfortunately, I feel like too many Americans go to other countries and expect their laws to be the same as ours. No, their laws are different, and you are subject to their laws. So remember that when you leave your country. By the same token, you need to speak their language. Now, having said that, you go to France, you go to, you know, Germany, whatever, try to speak their language in good faith. There's probably a high degree where they go like, you know what, just speak English. I can't understand you. You know, I mean, I get that, but, you know, whatever the case is. But good on you and your wife that you're able to communicate in both languages, and that she can tolerate your.
She's
your
great.
British.
She was studying English in Australia. You know, when I first met her, she'd gone over there for like for an English course, as well as doing kind of au pair work as well. So she was.
Okay,
and,
gotcha.
Studying English. So. It's really good.
See, even the use of the phrase au pair, the way well, the British did it, but then the Americans too, this absorbing of a French phrase, and we don't even think about it. We know it's a French term, but we don't bother to translate it. Au pair means au pair. It's a French word, and we don't bother to translate it. I get the impression that a lot of other languages do that with certain English words too, but that's why it's very confusing when I'll be watching something and someone's speaking in Japanese and all of a sudden there's an American word in there. I'm like, well, that's jarring.
Yeah,
what is that?
Strange.
Now, I get it totally when it's a proper name or a product name or something like that. That makes perfect sense. But, yeah, sometimes, there's a word and I'm like, is there no Japanese word for that? No, I guess it doesn't really translate very well. And some words don't translate well. Sometimes you're better off. How would you say au pair if you couldn't use the French word au pair? I mean,
like
nanny, I guess, but it's
maid.
not the same thing. Nanny does not mean the same thing. There's a shade of meaning that is not covered.
It's someone that watches the children and cleans the house.
Is that true? That might be true. I mean, but you also don't want to say live-in servant. I mean, that sounds demeaning. Au pair.
My servant.
Au pair sounds classier. I don't know.
It does. It sounds classy. And like there's a lot of Japanese words now used in English, Troy, aren't they? Which kimono, like of course sushi, that kind of thing. They're used, so we don't really have a translation. It's weird, but
I will say this about sushi though. Americans use the word sushi and don't really understand what it means. I think oftentimes are using it wrong.
Oh, really?
I think they use sushi when what they mean is sashimi.
Oh, okay, yeah, sashimi, just pure raw fish.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Because sushi isn't necessarily sashimi. Sashimi is basically raw fish.
Just raw fish. Sushi is on rice. You have to have it on.
Actually, no, wait a minute. Sashimi isn't necessarily raw fish. It's raw, whatever it is. It could be beef. It could be.
Okay, yeah, beef. Sashimi,
any kind of animal flesh,
chicken,
but
sashimi,
raw.
Yeah.
Whereas sushi literally means. Help me out with the actual. It means like on rice, like on something served on a piece of rice.
Yeah.
And that could be raw. It could be a piece of sashimi on a piece of rice, a clump of rice, or it could be. I don't know. It could be
Egg?
Anything. It could be a slice of avocado on a piece of. That's not sashimi, but it's sushi.
That's American sushi, the avocado one as well. They don't have it.
Yeah, California roll. They call it California
roll. Things like fried egg, not fried egg. What do you call it? It looks like omelette. So cooked egg.
That's scrambled egg. Yeah.
Yeah, on sushi, or sometimes vegetables.
Sure.
As well.
That's they call it, and to most people's credit, they usually call it California roll.
California roll, right?
So they know that. Although they're thinking sushi, they say California roll because that's the specific kind of sushi they mean. I'll tell you something else.
Avocado with a bit of soy sauce and wasabi is fantastic.
Yep. Well, when you say wasabi, it's very different than what we actually get in the U.S.
Oh, really?
Here in the U.S., we can't get real wasabi.
No
Even
way.
at the Asian market, we can only get horseradish. And that's not the same as wasabi in Japan. Have you ever had American wasabi, I guess is what I would have to call it?
I've had horseradish. We have that with gyoza. So like a bit of horseradish and, not soy sauce. What's it called? Ponzu, which is basically vinegar and soy sauce.
Yep.
So,
there's a ponzu sauce that I make that's rice wine, rice vinegar, soy sauce, lime juice,
nice,
and a little bit of sugar to cut it. That's a ponzu sauce that I use for the pot stickers over here, the dumplings. God, I love it.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I'm
And it's
hungry now.
And I'll tell you what, there was this Asian restaurant near us that we used to get pot stickers from all the time. But then they changed hands and it tasted differently. So I was trying desperately to figure out what their recipe was for their ponzu sauce. And thankfully, the internet has many, many options. So I tried many different ones until I found one that not only was close to what this restaurant served, but I actually thought was better. And so I've learned to make that. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, we live in a culture where these things we're talking about, people would be castigating us as cultural appropriation. But this is a very American concept of celebrating other cultures.
Yes.
This is good. This is a good thing. You want to push a globalism? This is how you do it, through this appreciation, not castigating people for cultural appropriations. No. I mean, but
more cracking for you. You're getting weird.
Oh, I'm not. I'm telling you, you've seen me. I've been sipping this. This is my second pint, and I'm this far into it. 4 hours in. Wow, this has been a long stream. I don't usually run this long. You're going to have to please thank Mrs. Wakizashi and let her know that we super appreciate her patiently loaning you out to us because because it's been very, very nice. Oh yeah, no, Crazy Kitty points out salmon rolls. You may not even have salmon rolls over on your side. Salmon isn't a fish that would be served in Japan, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
am I
no,
correct?
It's popular, but we don't have the salmon roll. How is this made? What does it consist of?
So it's okay. So as with most of the fish sushis that are served over here, it is blanched, so it's boiled.
Okay.
It's not truly raw. It's not sashimi. This is a joke you'll hear in the U.S. The idea of gas station sushi. This idea of going and getting sushi in little plastic containers.
Yeah.
What do you call them in Japan? The
bento.
Bentos, yes. They're like bentos, but you get them at the gas station. I get them all the time. I love them.
Don't
But
get them from the gas station; they'll make you sick.
no, that's the myth. The reality is they're all cooked. They're all blanched, boiled fish, and they're only sitting out for 24 hours. They're perfectly safe to eat. But there's this belief that like I said, in the U.S., people believe that that it's raw fish, and it's not. So, but that's what she was saying. Only pampered, spoiled white people and those who want to be them complain about culture. Yeah, it's a first world problem. Most of this shit that we bitch about are totally first world problems, and I've come to that realization very, very recently. All of this gender stuff and all of this cultural appropriation stuff and all this, you are way too coddled and way too first world to be bitching, because people in third world countries don't have time to worry about this shit. They're too busy worrying about where their next meal is going to come from, you pampered asshole.
Exactly.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Honestly, the stuff that I get at the gas station is the same thing I get at the nickel dime store, the grocery store. It's the same thing. There's this idea that at the gas station, yeah. No. Let's just pour this into here and dilute it. My wife thinks I'm drunk, but when I really get into a conversation, I get silly and
You're talking way too much and not letting your guests talk.
I do that. I do that when I get excited. I really do.
Don't worry, man. No, I haven't seen you drinking much.
No, I really I play up. Oh, I'm revealing my behind the scenes here. I play up the drinking more than I really do on stream. And it's true. I don't drink except during the week. But then I play up this whole, Dean Martin kind of thing on Friday.
You don't drink during the week. You only drink on Fridays.
Right. I only really drink on Fridays, and even then, not as much as I play up. Although, if you go back and watch my streams, there are a couple where I get pretty ripped. By the end of the stream, it really takes Agent Boomer to help. That's why I call him my designated driver. He needs to help me end the stream because I'm blotto, but or pissed, as you would say. But yeah.
Are you pissed, mate? Are you pissed?
I'll tell you, you know this, but I don't know if my audience always knows this. Pissed means something very different to myself and to Gray here. Pissed to me means I'm angry. To him, pissed means drunk.
Yeah.
Although I'm knowledgeable enough to know that if someone's saying something with a British accent and they say pissed, I know they mean drunk, as opposed to angry. I don't understand sometimes why Britishisms and Americanisms are what they are. I don't understand the etymology of them. There are whole YouTube channels dedicated to the differences between Americanisms and Britishisms.
Oh, yeah.
But none of them go into why. I don't understand. It's kind of funny.
There's your niche, honey. You can go into why words exist.
That would take a great deal of research to find out why the etymology of certain words are what they are. But I love slang. Why do words come about? In the 80s, the slang in the U.S. was the most bizarre I have ever heard. Things like tubular, which literally means in the shape of a tube, somehow meant really awesome and cool. Awesome's another one. Awesome means big, but yet it meant cool, meaning low temperature, meaning kitschy, far out, meaning far away from me, but also meaning, causing me to think and be blown away. Groovy, I think, is just a completely constructed word. I don't even know where that comes from before that.
Makes me think of Bruce Campbell of The Evil Dead. Groovy,
man. No, actually, for me, it's the Brady Bunch. Do you guys know the Brady Bunch?
I know the name. Yeah, I know the.
Yeah. Brady Bunch was the sitcom for the 70s.
70s.
It was the defining family comedy of that era, and it became the quintessential sitcom, for the longest time. But unfortunately, even here in the U.S., I think most kids have forgotten what the Brady Bunch was. It was the first please, anybody, whether you're here currently listening in the or in the future, make a comment if I'm wrong. But I think that the Brady Bunch was the first U.S. show to depict a blended family, where you had a mother with 3 daughters marrying a father with 3 sons, coming together as a blended family. And they played very fast and loose with why they were single. They didn't directly address. I don't think they directly.
They did. They were widowers.
They were both widowers. Okay.
Well, yeah, a widow and a widower.
They didn't because there was a great deal of stigma in the late 60s, early 70s if you were divorced. So they didn't want to address that. So they were both, widowers. But
you forget I'm older than you. I remember the stuff.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you what. I am just old enough to remember the full unedited versions of the Brady Bunch. See, this is where we start getting into the whole own physical media, because as time goes by, they like to edit stuff out for cultural reasons.
Oh my God.
There was
That's
a
true,
whole.
That's true. Yeah.
Yes, there was. We're going back to the 70s, 80s when when the Brady Bunch went into syndication, there was an episode where the youngest two children, Cindy and Bobby, were going over to the next door neighbors, the Dittmeyers, who were never seen but were always mentioned. You know, that's a common trope. They were going over to swim in their swimming pool. And Alice, the live-in maid and cook, was like, wait a minute, what are you guys wearing? Because they were both wearing their towels, hiding themselves. And she opens up the towel, and she's like, she closes it right away. She goes, why aren't you wearing bathing suits? Well, because they're nudists, and they, you know, do everything in the nude. Nope. If you're not going over there, nope, go back upstairs. Your mother and father would kill me if I let you do this. That was completely eliminated in syndication. You did not ever see that. You know, minor children, you know, the idea of nudity and stuff. Oh my gosh. I guess nowadays they're coming around to a completely different way of looking at minors these days. But
Chrissy Kitty said the Danny Thomas show was the first blended family.
Oh my gosh, you are right, Chrissy. I totally forgot about that. You are correct. Good on you. I totally forgot about that. That's almost just before my time. In fact, I only remember it because of my mom mentioning that to me. I never saw an episode of the Danny Thomas show. I was more of a fan of his daughter, Marlo Thomas, and that girl. It's probably something you're completely unaware of, that girl and Marlo Thomas. And oh, the 70s. I'm getting all nostalgic here. Oh, gosh. But anyway, oh my gosh, this has been probably the longest stream I've ever done. It's coming up on 1 a.m. here.
No way.
I've never. I may have to subscribe to StreamYard just in order to do the rest of my streams this month, because I
use my channel.
I used up all my time in this stream.
This is not too long. The longest has been 5 hours.
Well, yeah, that was a special one, but I had a great deal of fun. So, I'm sorry, Netter's right. I have dominated most of the conversation tonight, Gray. But, Gray, I think we got a good feel about your history, how you went from the UK to Japan, a good deal about your channel. Look, if you in the chat and you listening in the future don't feel that we gave Gray enough coverage on his channel, which you're probably right. Netter doesn't. You're absolutely right. What you need to do is you need to click on that link below and subscribe and go watch his videos, and you'll know all about what his channel's about.
I already did.
But let's face it, if you are here seeing this, then you already know that he is probably covering the kind of content you would be interested in. You should be. This is why I bring guests to you. It is a service to you that, you know, I am trying to help you out and saying, subscribe to this person because you will thank me later. And people do. They come back and thank me later. And, you know, I know that Boomer, you know, was in the stream, you know, previously with Pacific 414, and he's like, Troy, good suggestion. Thank you so much for turning me on to him. And I know he'll do the same thing a couple weeks from now on your channel too. So please subscribe. Do you have anything coming up in the very near future that you want to plug besides just your channel in general?
No, that's good. Yeah. Thank you so much, Troy, for having me on. It's been great. I'm not here to promote my channel. I'm here to talk.
Yes, you are, because I said so. That's why I have you here.
But it's been a blast. It's been cool. I'm trying to remember. This is my bad memory. Where was it we met the first time?
We were on a stream together with Pops on Pop Culture.
Pops.
And what I did was I went through and everyone that was on with me, because I had that was a freaking blast of a stream.
Yeah, that was great.
I had so much fun. I was like, I'm going to reach out to every single person and get them as a guest on my stream. And it's been like this. It's been so off the cuff and so much fun that I'm so glad that we did.
That was a long
this.
time back, wasn't it? It was like three months ago or something.
Well, but if you think about how many people
really,
there were
not
on that
one time.
stream, and it becomes 4 weeks, 6 weeks, that becomes a long stretch. I actually already have, and if you check my channel out, I actually have streams lined up till next month.
Wow.
I've just. Yeah, because you want to see what I got coming up in the next week. You just go to my channel and you'll see it. In fact, now that I think about it, let me go to my channel because I've got to do the whole. What do I have coming up next week? So who's my guest next week? My guest next week is the very lovely, very young. I wish I could adopt her as my daughter. The Noob Reviews.
Oh.
Yeah. She is. I'm glad I got her before she became super huge because she is.
Right?
She is one of those examples, right?
Yeah.
People with boobs that are supposed to have boobs get monetized right away, and us folks with the dangly bits between our legs, not so much. It's just I got to talk obliquely because we're not allowed to talk about gender these days, I guess. Whatever. I mean, but she is the cutest thing. She really is. And she's getting, so we've been talking about the comics and our history
she's
with
into
comics
comics
and so
too.
forth. She is just getting into it. So she is getting into the comics that you and I grew up with just now. So we get to live vicariously through her, and I know that's how Pops is. Pops has become very much a mentor to her, and rightly so, because he's seeing the same. He's like, "Oh, this is so exciting! No, don't go there yet. Check these out first. You'd be better off." And it's that's good stuff. So that's me next week. Do you have any other live streams coming up this week?
Nothing planned, no. Maybe just do a random one sometime tomorrow, Troy. But this has been a blast. It's good to get back on talking with people. Yeah, had a quiet summer with family being back in the house. So yeah,
that's nice. So let me real quick go through my week here. So tomorrow night over on Netters Network. Well, tomorrow night, I guess later tonight. Now, I've just crossed that international date line. I am now on Saturday morning here. Later tonight, 9 p.m. Central over on Netters Network, link in the description, we will be doing a watch party of Buckaroo Banzai. I'm really looking forward to that one. I love that one. That is some great stuff. Sunday night, Aged Boomer, again, link in the description. He was with us earlier today. 8 p.m. Central Time. We'll be doing Geeky Geezers. We've got the week in review of Geek News. We follow all this stuff so you don't have to. We'll give you the Cliffs Notes. That's Sunday. Unfortunately, because Boomer's not here, I don't know what's coming up on some of the other channels he's on. I'm unaware of anything going on this week with Mr. Matchstick. If he's on Wednesday with Soundtracks with Birdman, I'm sure he probably is, but I don't know what they're going to be watching. So maybe just make sure you get over to Soundtracks with Birdman, hit the subscribe button and the alert so that you know when he goes live on Wednesday. Nothing usually on Thursday. That brings us back around to Friday when, Friday night, last call, I'll be hanging out with the Noob Reviews, as I mentioned before. So that's it. Netter, last words?
Same thing I say every week, Pinky.
Got to speak up. Make sure they can hear you.
Okay, let me move over to your mic.
Yep, come to my mic.
I'll come to your mic. So same thing I say every week. We can talk amongst ourselves, and that's all well and good, and we have a lot of fun with it. But it's much more fun when you guys are dropping, comments in the chat, and questions and trivia and all kinds of good stuff like that. Because to us, you're not just friends, you're family.
Yep.
We love you guys and we appreciate you being here. And if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button. Share the love.
Please do. Actually, these are the mini puffs, Crazy Kitty. These are the, from the most recent film. So, I mean, kind of miniature versions of the Stay Puft Marshmallow. And yes, the reason that you're only getting notifications about my Friday show is because that's the consistent thing. I'm very very lax in getting other content out throughout the week. But just go to my channel and check it out. I do some toy videos from time to time and whatnot. Gray, any last words you got for us?
No, just thank you so much for all the interaction in the chat. The chat's been amazing, haven't they, Troy, as you were saying? And that's a lovely way to finish, talking about family. You guys out there, you make it all happen. If it wasn't for you, we'd just be talking to ourselves.
How else could I meet a Brit living in Japan besides this? I think we live, there's what do they say? There's a Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. And I think there's no doubt we live in interesting times.
That's right.
And as they try to silence us, as they try to deplatform us, as the powers that be try to recreate history in the most horrific of ways, we also have the tools they are trying to control that allow us to stay in touch. Our reach is so much greater than it ever has been. My ability to not only unite like-minded voices here in the U.S., but in the UK, in Japan, in every other country, this is amazing, right? And our voices together are powerful. And when you hear things like "Get Woke, Go Broke," the unity of the fans is what makes that happen. It happens naturally, like a river flows downhill. It does, but it is only bolstered by our unity in the social media. So well said, Gray. Thank you so much for that. Hang with me. We'll chat real quick in the green room after I finish. But I just wanted to say my thanks to all of you that have been here, that have been hanging out. I got real involved with my guests tonight, so I wasn't as attentive to the chat as I normally am. I come back if I missed a comment that you really wanted me to comment on. Come back tomorrow and drop a comment. Do that anyway, because that really, it costs you nothing except 30 seconds of time, but it actually helps the channel a lot when I get that kind of engagement. So please do that. Subscribe to everyone that I've linked in the description below: Agent Boomer, Netter, Wakizashi's Teahouse. Please, and then go check out their channels. All of them are different from mine. Overlap, so you'll enjoy it, but different. So please do that. And that's all I got. Thanks so much, everyone. Take care, and I hope to see you on the next one. Good night. Have a great weekend.
Good night, ladies. Good night, sir. Hit it, sweetheart.